And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another weekend edition of the PiGosaur Monday, number 23, your weekly dose of PiGosaur Monday action. I'm of course Showside VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat, by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all to this lovely morning. I totally didn't only get 4 hours sleep. It'll be fine, Bob. Yo, Warning TV Monday lasted a long. It went deep late into the night last night. But it is all good. We are here. We are ready for some more StarCraft. As always, Papi, as always. This morning, in the bottom left-hand corner of herO, we have our American Zerg player, the orange Zerg representing ByuN. It is Hunted Swarm. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Zerg player, the blue Zerg, representing Formless Bear Sloths. It is DinCommon. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamma time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim this series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our fresh series. Today is Monday indeed. True. I guess this is Tuesday morning, technically. So hope you're all enjoying this lovely Tuesday morning for the PiGosaur Monday. As we are jumping in, it is going to be the initial 12 pull out of DinCommon, 12 pull into a later gas. Interesting, but all before the expansion, so a very aggressive build here by our Zerg player. Meanwhile, Hunted Swarm going hatch gas pull, so standard opener out of Hunted Swarm, more aggressive build here by our blue Zerg player. Best of luck in the chat, as Lings are going to be moving out. Now, this initial overload will confirm this, but welcome to herO. herO is a very small map in the map pool. Very small map. Likewise, rush distance by ground is very short, so I do appreciate the more aggressive build here by DinCommon. The map does favor him, and the Lings have been spotted. The Lings are soon to arrive. They're going for that natural expansion. The spawning pool here of Hunted Swarm still not yet done, and we'll see if he can maintain himself here, as we do have the gas now being prioritized. Remember, it was a later gas, guys, so later Ling speed, so we're not rushing into Ling speed and we're not rushing into Banelings, but Lings are still flooding across the map nonetheless. As again, this was the initial 12 pull opener. Hatchery down to half HP. We have to pull the boys, but we might be just pulling a little bit too late. The hatchery is getting too low. Yeah, it's getting far too low. The boys are here, but yeah, we can just start to step around. We can start to step around, and the hatchery, it looks like it will fall. Massive pick off, denying the queen as well. Queen is denied. DinCommon does pull out, and with that, Hunted Swarm is in a brutal position. It isn't just that he lost the expansion, it's the fact that he pulled all the boys to attempt to save us. That is so much lost mining time, and in a mirror matchup, this is everything. So with this, Hunted Swarm, he's supply blocked, he's rebuilding that expansion, he's getting to his own Link speed eventually. Speaking of, Link speed is on the way for DinCommon, and you can see he pulls out. He pulls out a gas, so he's going for purely a Link flood. No Bailing nest, no Bailing support, just mass Link. Overload is being denied, and he's banking up those Lings here in between his bases. He is going all or nothing, and I am concerned here for Hunted Swarm. Now, he does throw out his own Bailing nest, true, so it's going to be Ling Bane versus pure Ling, so Bailings will help so much here in the defense for Hunted Swarm. The problem is the Bailing nest is still in the way, and Link speed is finishing up in a couple of seconds. In a couple of seconds, Link speed is going to be done, and by the time it finishes, the game may end. I don't think we're going to have time to morph in those Bailings. I think it's too late. The Link speed is revealed, does dive into the main base, does get eyes on the tech, does confirm, and here comes the all-in. Here comes the flood. As DinCommon, he's not going to waste his time with the natural this time. He does go straight for the main, straight for the kill. Ooh, does engage a little bit too prematurely here with some of his Lings. Yeah, Lings are going to go down. Boys are being pulled. Hunted Swarm, can he hold on? It's going to be close. It's going to be close, but he is holding. He does save the queen, even without the Bailings. Hunted Swarm, he does hold on. Again, that was a bit of an unfortunate engagement from DinCommon. He did engage a little bit too prematurely with a good portion of his Lings. Did lose them ahead of time. Hatchery's going to go down, but that doesn't matter as much here. Oh. As Bailings are still morphing in. DinCommon does confirm. Hunted Swarm, he does hold. He's going to be able to hold on. He's going to be able to pick off these Lings, and we should be seeing a counterattack from Hunted Swarm. Don't waste Bailing there. Oh my god. Whew. Bailing does pull out, does pull away. And with that, it's going to be all or nothing for Hunted Swarm back at home. DinCommon, he fully walls. He fully walls off. Now, there's only the one queen for support, so these Lings could try to bring this down, but as we see the all-in moving out, we see DinCommon coming back in with those Lings, coming back into the main base to wreak havoc, to snipe the queen, and to eviscerate the economy. Okay, workers are going to go down. There's no defensive banelings. Meanwhile, the wall is still buying time. That's all that matters. Baneling's trying to break through. He does, but he does bust in. Just barely. Oh my god. Does bust in. Goes to the queen. Meanwhile, across the map. Oh, we actually defend. Hunted Swarm. He does hold on. GG gets called. And Hunted Swarm, who takes game number 1. Hi, GG. Hunted Swarm, he survives the aggression, he survives the all-in, and Hunted Swarm does take a lead in the series. Whew, I was a little bit concerned. I was concerned that obviously the wall would buy too much time and that we would see too many lings coming in to reinforce, but Dinkom was droning. He was droning up behind this. He was not making lings. He had nothing to defend. He himself also had too much faith in that wall, and with that, Dinkom, he is broken, and Hunted Swarm does kick things off with that 1-0 lead. Whew, okay, now when it comes to our playstyles here, I mean, hyper aggression specifically out of Dinkom, of course, going for the all-in initially and forcing the reaction out of Hunted Swarm. But we did mention at the start of the game that the map itself was leaning towards that, right? The map itself, herO, is a very small map, very short rush distance by ground. Aggression is favored on herO. What is map 2? You know, what were our videos looking like, and where do we end up here coming into that second game? Curious. We'll see. We shall see. Fun fact, I just got messaged by Dinkom, and he said I may not be sober. That makes sense. That makes sense. Formless Bear Sauce. Haven't heard that name in a while. Yes, I haven't not heard of Formless Bear Sauce in a long time. It's one of the old school teams in the scene. I mean, same with ByuN as well. Both ByuN and Formless Bear Sauce. It's great to see these two players still around. I mean, I remember casting Hunted Swarm and Dinkom many years ago at this point. Many years ago. Both their respective teams are more amateur teams. Amateur teams that have been around for a very long time, and here we go, spawning in the bottom left hand corner. Oh, I don't know how, we'll get into it. In the bottom left hand corner of Leylands, we have our orange Zerg player representing ByuN. It is a Hunted Swarm. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the red Zerg player representing Formless Bear Sauce. It is Dinkom. So we get into game number 2, and we have Dinkom going for a 15 hatch. Okay, 15 hatch here into a 15 pool. We do have interesting opener from our Zerg player. Meanwhile, Hunted Swarm just going hatch gas pool. Stay that opener here. Hatchery into gas into spawning pool should be the go-to here for Hunted Swarm. 15-15 does allow for delayed gases typically, so it's going to be an earlier spawning pool. You can see here the pool is already on the way for Dinkom. Pool is still not on the way for Hunted Swarm. So because the opener that Dinkom is going for, if he was being 12 pooled or 13-12, or if our red Zerg player was being aggressed upon, then Dinkom would be very safe, as he will get an earlier queen and earlier lings to defend. The downside of this opener though, as you can see, no gases. No gases for Dinkom, or I should say late gases for Dinkom. Because the gases are so late, and because the opposing Zerg player is already mining gas, this typically leads into 2-base roach. It typically leads into 2-base play, 2-base roach. I say 2-base roach, wall off on 2 bases. You can go 2-base muta off of this as well. True, that is also viable. The reason why you stay on 2 bases and why your 3rd base is going to be delayed is because of the lack of link speed. Basically, there's going to be a big window in time where Hunted Swarm has link speed and where Dinkom does not. Because of that, he cannot be active with Link Bane early on. It just isn't really viable. It isn't really safe, so he should be walling off on 2 bases. And then from there, I mean, the world is his oyster, right? You can go 2-base muta, 2-base roach, 2-base all-in, just open up 2 base and get a later 3rd base instead. Try to rush into lurker tech or something crazy like that. And you'll have options. Speaking of link speed, as you can see, link speed is on the way. Link speed further behind here for Dinkom. Now, he didn't delay his gases for too long, so we might see Dinkom. There we go. as we mentioned, no Ling speed, we're going to be skipping it. Now, I had assumed he was going to be walling off first. I mean, he's still walling nonetheless, so it is going to be 2-base play, but that is a very fast lair. Because the lair is so fast, I'm leaning towards 2-base Muta. 2-base Muta would make the most sense here. And Hunted Swarm, he sees the wall. He does see the wall. He sees the Evo Chamber. He sees the Roach Warren. Upon seeing this wall, Hunted Swarm should skip his Baneling Nest. Yep, there it is. Good response, going for his own Roach Warren, his own Evo Chamber. Personally, I would have liked to have seen a faster third. Like, Hunted Swarm has the power here, or has the advantage of having Ling speed, and does have the advantage of having potentially the greater economy by going into the faster third. But he doesn't go for the third base, so he doesn't have the best kind of position here coming into the mid game, as he's just responding and reacting, which means he's going to have later upgrades and later roaches, and likewise a later lair as well. Whereas typically the response would be to rush into your own lair a little bit faster, and likewise again, get a third base, get a greater economy over your opponents. We have +1 range on the way for Din Common, so +1 range tells us that most likely is not going to be Muta play. Lair is done, that is true, but as you can see here, it's just for the Roach speed upgrade. Now, Hunter Swarm, he can scout, he actually does see this, he does see the Roach Warren researching, he sees it moving, wiggling, jiggling, so he should be aware that the lair is done. He should be aware that he's behind when it comes to lair timing, and the lair is being used for the upgrades. Now, technically, there could still be a spire. There could still be a spire behind this. So Hunter Swarm has to be careful. Likewise, only 3 gases. This is looking like a 2-base all-in. It's looking like 2-base all-in. Basically, Din Common, he's going to build up roaches, he's going to kill his own Evo Chamber, and then move out across the map and commit to nothing but an all-in. He will not have Lings to reinforce, as there is no Ling speed. This is where, technically, Din Common has been more efficient than Hunted Swarm. Third base is late for Hunted Swarm, but Hunted Swarm, he spent gas on a spawning pool, sorry, he spent gas on Ling speed, whereas Din Common did not. And here comes the all-in. Din Common can work as a 41. Roaches are revealed, and Hunter Swarm has to mass up as many roaches as possible here to survive. Probably doesn't want to be proactive himself, as it's going to be, I mean, Roach speed is about to finish up. He should not be out on the map. A bit of a misread here from Hunted Swarm. He does engage ahead of time, but he's just going to be overwhelmed. He has a smaller roach army, he has no upgrades, he doesn't have +1, he doesn't have roach speed, and he's bleeding out roaches. Bleeding out roaches for free. So misread from Hunted Swarm. Lings, they will help support, but he already lost so many roaches. Lings, they do help quite a bit though. Yeah, they do engage, they tank a lot of shots. Ooh, is it going to be enough? Looking at the trades here, that was of Hunted Swarm. He still came out worse for wear. He lost 7 roaches for the 5 that he had just killed. Lings, they do help quite a bit. And Hunted Swarm, he should be able to defend. Okay, should be able to hold on here. As long as he's able to engage together with his Lings. Yep, there we go. He does snipe a couple of roaches. Very nice engage here. Picks off a couple of roaches, pulls away. More Lings, more roaches in production. Picks off, what, 1, 2, 3 more roaches. This is going to be more of a trade, but remember, Hunted Swarm does have the defensive advantage. And he's finishing up his is finishing up his upgrades. He's catching up. Ooh, maybe engaging a little bit too soon though. Yeah, without his reinforcements, he's gonna lose all of his roaches. Yeah, he gets overwhelmed. He gets overwhelmed in the end. Yeah, it was a rough start to the fight. Lost all his roaches, and with that, is overwhelmed. With that, Din Common, he is going to tie up the series and to break his opponent with the 2-base all-in. Didn't take a didn't take a 4th gas geyser. He's only just now getting his own 3rd base. Kills the 3rd base of his opponent. And GG, well played, gets called Din Common. He will break through, he will overwhelm, and we are going to the ace match. Whew, GG. We are going to game 3, and we'll see how this story ends. Again, I do want to say that Hunted Swarm, he did kind of misread the situation a little bit. He was very proactive with his army despite being down in upgrades, so he bled out extra roaches, or more roaches than he needed to ahead of time, and that led into a more difficult defense for him. Likewise, 3rd base was delayed, upgrades were a little bit delayed as well. just because of his initial response, and yeah, we'll see if he's able to recover here. It is always a tough call to make as well. I'm referring to canceling link speed. It is always difficult to make that call to cancel link speed if you see 2-base play, because it could be a fake out, it could be 2-base link bane, it could be a link flood hidden instead. Here we go with that. We're getting into the ace match here. We're going to be loading into Whispers of Gold. Ooh, another rush map. This is a very small map in the map pool. This does favor early game aggression, like 12 pools, like 13 12s, even 2-base all-ins. It takes very little time to go from one side of the map to the other. So I'm expecting aggression out of Dincommon once again. Like, he's done nothing but cheese so far in this series. I expect, whether it's, you know, a 13 12, a 12 pool, a 2-base all-in, that's what we're expecting here in game 3. Here we go. So we are loading into that ace match. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the orange Zerg player. The orange Zerg for Born goes to, it is Hunted Swarm. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, representing 4 Missile Bear slots, forcing the ace match. It is Dincommon. Is it Dincommon or Dincommon? Dincommon? Maybe. As Hunter Swarm going for the proxy hatchery. Okay, wait, also, my apologies, Protoss, I just kind of glossed over that. Never mind. We have Dincommon going for a PVZ instead. It does mix it up here on Whispers of Gold. I do actually now like the proxy hatch here from Hunted Swarm. Initially, I was a little bit caught off guard by it, but against a Protoss player, this is more viable, as he opens up double hatch before pool. Oh, this is interesting. Wait, what? Double hatch before pool, delayed spawning pool here. It does mean that this probe scout is going to recognize that nothing is really wrong, nothing is amiss, but this also means that there's nothing really to threaten Dincommon in the early game. I'm sure this is going to lead into spawning pool, into gases, into roaches reinforcing across the map. That would make the most sense in my mind, maybe with like additional creep spread and with like spine crawlers. But yeah, this is an interesting build here by Hunted Swarm. Now, basically, Dincommon with his scouts, he should recognize that there's no gases. Like, the lack of gas is odd. So this is not a standard build when he scouts. He does see that it's kind of irregular, but no response. I would assume, seeing no gases, I would assume fast third. I would assume a faster expansion, just because the minerals have to be spent somewhere. But Dincommon doesn't check, and he doesn't keep the probe across the map. So, a bit of a lapse in judgment here when it comes to scouting. Doesn't really confirm what's going on. So, he saw that something was wrong, but not too certain if that really registered. I mentioned before that Dincommon did say he was drinking tonight. No. Meanwhile, Link Flood, no, slow Link Flood even. The Lings, they do go straight for the pylon. Pylon is going to go down. Oh, the initial Stalker is not going to pop. Boys are being pulled, but it's going to be a bit of a later reaction here. The pylon is going to... Oh my god, it does pop out though, the Stalker! Yeah, the Stalker does arrive. The boys, they can focus on those Lings. And the Stalker is going to survive. Yeah, oh good. Oh, geez, so close. Okay, Stalker barely goes down. We have more Lings flooding. It's a slow Ling all in. The slow Lings, they're moving out. And the win condition is to keep everything depowered, to make sure this pylon does not get up. Meanwhile, on the main base, it's going to be a Robo follow-up, not Oracle. Pylon, yeah, Pylon falls, and he's just going for it. He sends it back. He's going into the main. And he wants that Pylon. Boys have to be pulled. Oh, Dincommon, he can start an Immortal, but Lings, they flood in. Has to be careful not to be surrounded. Oh my god. It does have to be careful here. Probes, they are a threat. A good half of Lings go down. Meanwhile, a bit of a missed rally here as we have Lings attacking buildings. We need them in the main. And Hunted Swarm, it looks like he's done it. Looks like he has done it. Again, there's nothing in production. There's no Immortal. And there it is, GG. GG gets called, and Hunted Swarm will take the series 2-1. Whew. Advancing on to the next round. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Congratulations here. Hunted Swarm, he will claim the series. Whew, very intense back and forth, very cheesy from both players even, and it was an interesting build that he had gone for. Again, as we saw, the win condition there for Hunter Swarm was to depower that first gateway to snipe the pylon, and if you remember, that was on Din Common. He did scout that something was wrong. He did scout that there was no gas, but he did not keep his probe across the map. He actually came back home instead. He didn't check for a third base. Typically, as a Protoss player, you would check for the third location. Once you see that there is no third, then you would go back in for a follow-up scout. Then he would confirm no droning. Then he would confirm no gases as well. And then he'd realize something was wrong. He'd wall up, and we'd see a stronger response there. But again, Din Common, there was a bit of a lapse in scouting and lapse in judgments did lead into the all-in working. GG. GG, well played. GG, well played. Whew. With that, Hunted Swarm, he does claim the series, and we're going to be following him into the next round. Let's go. Let us go. But shout out to Din Common. Again, it's been a very long time since we've casted him. Very long time since we featured someone from Formless Bear Sloths. It was a treat. It was a treat. GG. GG, well played. Always happy to cover some Formless Bear Sloth action. It's been a while. It's been a while. Where is Duddles? Who is Duddles? True. As we do have to message some players. Beautiful. Going to be following him into his next series, and let's catch up with the bracket, figure out where we are and where we are headed. And here we go. Beautiful. As we switch our scenes over from the top, we have some updates. We have Gilliman. Gilliman takes down his opponent Bobak at 2-0 up against herO in the next round. herO, of course, is the #1 seed of the tournament. We'll see if anyone can stop him from making it to the grand finals. Best of luck to all the competitors. Ruff takes down Ateshi 2-0. Big win there for Ruff. Gerald is up against Rennie Hour in a PvP in the round of 16. We have Shameless up against Matt in a PvZ, also in the round of 16. Best of luck. Scrolling down, we have Solo waiting for the winner of Ibra and Dave Tester. They're currently locked in mid-series. Dave and Ibra in game #2. Scrolling down, we have Mute versus Greenert in a Protoss versus Terran matchup. Best of luck as they face off in the first round. Scrolling down a little bit further here, we have ByuN. We have ByuN versus Hunted Swarm. That's our next series. Hunted Swarm takes down Din Common, and Hunted Swarm is up against ByuN in that next round. Here we go. That is our next series. Scrolling down a little bit further here, we do have Rebellion up against Ray, currently facing off. Likewise, we also have MaxPax, #2 seed, up against Chovka in that lower bracket. We have Hapsaya. He is going to be up against PSZ. We have Cham waiting for opponent. Percival takes down Sal 2-0. Dark is up against Patches. Pig is up against Baduano. Nickrak takes down Bomyoja. Bunny waiting in the next round, or waiting in that round of 32. Whew. Here we go. Here we go. So best of luck to all the competitors here. We're getting ready for our next series as we jump into our next matchup. Big shout out to werehug. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, werehug, for the support, subscribing 6 months, half a year. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for subscribing. We appreciate it. We appreciate it, papi. Hogs don't woof. You're an animal. You're an animal. Este werehug. Here we go. We need Jimmy, the new unofficial #1 ranked Protoss. Oh, true. Este Jimmy. As we're jumping into our round of 32 match. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have our orange Zerg player for Born Gosu. It is Hunted Swarm. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Shellfire Rebellion. It is ByuN. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our second series of the day. This time Hunted Swarm going hatch first, so standard opener, hatch gas pool out of our orange Zerg player, likewise standard opener out of ByuN as well. No proxies, no crazy aggression, not this time. ByuN is coming in as the favorite player, but shout out to Hunted Swarm for bringing down his first opponent, and again, best of luck coming in against ByuN. This is one of the great things here about these open cups. Hunted Swarm is more of an amateur player. That is true. He is more of an amateur. Fun fact, he's a diamond player and he just beat a masters. Ding Common is masters 1. Hunted Swarm, he's diamond. Hunted Swarm punching up already in this tournament, takes down his masters opponent. Now, one step further, going up against a pro player. Oh boy, let's go. I'm ready. Show us what you got. For now, we do have our initial Reaper out of ByuN. Is opening up Reaper first. And likewise, we'll see if Hunted Swarm is able to get his third base, able to get saturated, get into his queen production. We'll see if we can stabilize and get in towards that mid game. Now on our players. So was that MaxPax in here earlier, back to back? Oh, let's go. Yeah. Jimmy is cracked. He's crazy. I mean, that's not, I don't think that's the first time he's done that either. Like Jimmy, we've covered him take down some big names over the past, I want to say, I keep saying like 6 months, just because basically during the off season, even before the off season, we've had players like Jimmy, Gerald, Shameless, like they've all been improving. Christiana as well, of course. But yeah, Jimmy, he's been getting some big wins as of late. Of course, in relatively recent times, Jimmy took down, I want to say, Cure, took down Shin. Jimmy, he's crazy. He's an animal, Bap. Yeah. An animal. Oh. As we do have ByuN just going 3cc, third TC before starport, so standard economic build here by ByuN. Hunted Swarm meanwhile across the map just going for his third base, droning up as well, nothing crazy. So far, both players are just getting in towards that mid game, they're saturating their bases, no major signs of aggression yet. We have confirmation it is going to be 3cc before starport. From here we can go for the tech lab, into add-on swap, into Banshee play. So far, so good. So far, so good. Hunted Swarm, he can now head towards the mid game here against ByuN. We'll see if he does throw down a Roach Warren for early Roach play. He can go for double Evo Chamber for faster upgrades. He can go for a Baneling Nest for a bit of a safer response instead. Hunted Swarm does have options with how he wants to approach this. Oh. It's going to be the Bastards. Okay, how about ByuN? Yeah. He's got it. Hunted Swarm coming into this, he was confident. He's like, yo, I'll go easy on ByuN, Pat. He's like, okay. Let's go. Behind this, as I mentioned, there's the add-on swap into Banshee play. We do see that Hunted Swarm, he hasn't thrown down any tech yet, is making additional lings, is going lair first. Okay, a bit of an earlier lair timing is what I will say, but it's going to be lair first nonetheless. I'm assuming that he didn't pull out of gas, which is why we're able to afford this a little bit earlier than usual. You can see Hunted Swarm attempting to hunt down those Hellions, not quite able to. Now with the faster lair, this most likely is going to be a lair into Baneling Nest, into just fast Baneling speed. The other option, of course, is we could take extra gases and go into a fast Spider. What do you have for us? Drone moving out for a fourth base. No tech yet. Gases are being taken. Yo, 2 AC meter? Oh, we're going for the meters. We may just. Okay. I see you. Now, this is risky. This is greedy, is what I will say. The Baneling Nest is ideal, especially just to be safe against Hellbat aggression, against early dives. Fourth base is spotted. Gonna be on Hunted Swarm to protect, to rotate. There we go. Baneling Nest now on the way. Baneling Nest hidden in the main? Oh, okay. Lair is already done. ByuN was late. Are we going for the Spire? As queens are being targeted. Plus transfuse, keeping the queen alive. Safety overseer's on the way. And HunterSwarm's in trouble. He's in trouble here. The queens are busy. Hellions are going for the mineral line. And the Lings are not quite in position. Drones are going to be going down. He gets 3 drones so far. Gets 4. Almost 5. Lings, they attempt to engage, but the Hellions, they shut down the Lings. They get roasted. And he's going for those workers. He wants that mineral line. So far, 7 drone kills. And he pulls away. Does pull out, and HunterSwarm looks like he's going for the all-in. HunterSwarm, he's making nothing but Lings, and he's going for the bust. So one way or another, the game is about to end. Either he breaks ByuN or he dies trying. Oh, never mind. So pulls back with the Lings. Okay, there we go. Does commit. ByuN is done. There we go, Bailey's morphing in. Back at home, ByuN still has that bio army though. He's ready for natural. And the Banes, they get spotted. And remember, these are slow Banes as well. Bathing speed never began. Are they waddling in? Alas, are going to be denied. And yeah, the Banes are not going to connect. They're not going to connect here. Oh, wait, never mind. ByuN, not looking. Not paying attention. Okay. Let's go. HunterSwarm, he catches him out. Doesn't get any economic damage, but he does trade relatively well with those Bailings towards the end. ByuN took all the Bailings to the face. Unfortunately, the Banshees, they will kill the expansion. Oh, Queens are coming in for transfuse. Oh, transfuse. Oh, not quite. Hatchery goes down, and Bailing speed has begun. Getting double lever chambers, double upgrades. Now, on the one hand, the problem here is that HunterSwarm was pretty all-in. Remember, he lost workers, he didn't redrone. He did not redrone, he did not resaturate. The worker count is very low because that the army supply also is lackluster. And here comes ByuN. The macro has been, I say the macro's been slipping. Basically, HunterSwarm was all-in, and he didn't kill ByuN. He needed to do more damage than he did. He had to get into the mineral line. Alas, he was unable to. Lings, they do get on top of the tanks. And tanks, they should be going down. I say that one tank barely survives. And ByuN breaks through. ByuN, he breaks through. He busts down that front door, busts into the third base. Boys are being pulled into Marines. You hate to see it. And with that, ByuN overwhelms. GG, well played, gets called, and ByuN takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. ByuN does take a lead in the series. Again, HunterSwarm, he had his own moments in this game, but when it came to the initial build of choice, it did feel a little bit chaotic, just because the lair was very fast, the ByuN was delayed, so late Bailing speed as well. Likewise, it was kind of forced into a weird all-in, but with like delayed Bailing aggression as well. Well, it's a little bit haphazard there, but regardless, GG, well played. ByuN does take a lead in the series, and we'll see what HunterSwarm has in store for us for game number 2. Again, we already saw some crazy builds out of HunterSwarm. I'm referring to the ace match in his previous series where he was able to catch out Din Common. We'll see if we see something similar to that here as well. As we load into one of the more unorthodox maps in the map pool, we're going to be loading into Talisman. Let's go. Alright, loading in. Again, Talisman is, I believe, one of the older TLMC maps. Speaking of, we probably have to update our map pool as well, considering the most recent Team Liquid map contest. But here we go, spawning in the top right hand corner of Talisman, we have our orange Zerg player representing Team Gosu, representing Born Gosu. It is HunterSwarm. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And welcome one and all to Talisman. Talisman is one of the more quirky maps in the map pool. What do we have? We have a triangular hybrid base. We have gold minerals, we have regular minerals, we have some gold patches that you can mine through to gain access to this expansion. Likewise, there's also a small mineral path here that workers can traverse as well. They can actually move through those minerals if they do click on some mineral patches. So there is potential here to rush it. Oh, there we go. There's potential to rush into the expansion, and Hunted Swarm does go hatch first, taking the forward base. Okay. Now, the downside here is that this base is a little bit more isolated. You do have to mine through these patches as quickly as possible to actually help support yourself and help fortify this location. Likewise, you can actually continue to expand towards your opponent and take another forward base and just push forward, go for roaches and go for like a roach all-in or something aggressive along those lines. So we could see an aggressive follow-up here from Hunted Swarm. We'll keep an eye on him. Meanwhile, standard opener out of ByuN is setting up for the regular natural expansion. We'll see if Hunted Swarm continues to expand towards ByuN or takes the natural as a third. But now he will have a boosted economy thanks to these workers. Well, thanks to the gold minerals. I was a little bit confused because we weren't making anything. He gets a proxy hatch in the main. Let's go, proxy hatch in the main base. Going into a roach warren as well. This is kind of weird. Now, the reason why this is very awkward is we're not actually making use of the gold minerals. We're not like gonna be prioritizing those mineral patches. We just see ByuN, he does check, does confirm the expansion. And there's no queens. Remember, queen production was delayed because of the roach warren. So mining is going to be denied. Oh, drone goes down. Zero queen on the low ground. And ByuN does he get the scout? He does. He does get behind the mineral line. He confirms the roach warren. He's aware of the all-in. Somewhat aware. He's going for a 30cc. He scouts. He does scout. He does confirm the hatchery as well. He sees everything that's going on. And ByuN, he will respond. So there's one marine, bunkers on the way. I appreciate the cheeky build here by Hunted Swarm. It is unfortunate though that ByuN does scout it. And we need those roaches. We need the roaches as quickly as possible. We have one on the way. Let's go. Queen as well. We can see Hunted Swarm, he's kind of running out of gas here. He's taking his second gas geyser in the main base. He is somewhat mining from the gold patches. Asking those roaches, but the bunker is done. Yeah, the bunker is complete. And the roach is no way out of this. There's nowhere to run. There's nowhere to hide. The roach is going to go down. Nice control here out of ByuN. Pulls away the Reaper. Cyclone gets a lock on, denies the Ravager. And with the help of the Cyclone, yeah, this army is just going to crumble. Like the roaches, they do nothing here against the Cyclone. GG, well played. And ByuN will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the round of 16. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to ByuN as he does claim the series. Shout out to Hunted Swarm as he had his own moments in game 1 and here in game 2 he had a crazy build going for the hatchery inside the expansion. Unfortunately, he got scouted. Unfortunately, he did get scouted, did get shut down. But regardless, I appreciate the chaotic nature of Hunted Swarm in this series and in this broadcast. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations. Again, not every day they're able to go up against and even go down to ByuN of all players. So hope you had a good experience, hope you had a great time, and I hope to see more of Hunted Swarm in the future. Otherwise, GG. Otherwise, GG, well played. As we are getting ready for the next series. Yeah, getting ready for the next round. Oh, we are heading over to the Korean server as we're going to be following ByuN into his next matchup. Here we go. Also, I have confirmation ByuN has not slept. ByuN, he has not slept whatsoever. I was like, Papi, did you sleep? He's like, no sleep. no sleep. Oh, no. Smurge. So, as always, ByuN, alongside herO as well, they've gone full degen. They're running on the fumes. And, let's catch up with the bracket. Let's figure out where we are. Here we go from the top. Actually, can I... Move this up a little bit. There we go. From the top, we have herO. herO, he does go up against Rough in the round of 16. They're going to be facing off in a PvT. Shameless takes out Matt 2-0. Big win there for Shameless. Shameless waiting for the winner of Rennie Hour and Gerald. Scoring down, we have Dave Tesla. Dave Tesla takes down Ibra 2-1. Dave is up against Solar in the next round. Winner goes up against Greenert as Greenert takes down Mute 2-1. Big win there for Greenert. Very impressive performance as Greenert does make it to the round 16. Mute is out of the tournament. Rebellion takes down Surel does take it down 2-0, and that's our next series. ByuN versus Rebellion in a Korean TVP, so we're going to be popping off with that matchup. Scrolling down a little bit further, MaxPax takes on Chopka. Max is waiting for the winner of Hapsaya and PSZ. Meanwhile, no, I was a little bit concerned. I was looking forward to casting Cham. I was looking forward to seeing Cham have a deep run in this tournament, but Cham looks like he forfeits. Cham was not available, so there's a forfeit in the round of 32. Cham does not advance on, and we have Percival up against Joy Galaxy instead. So my heart bleeds a little bit. I was hoping to see some Cham at some point in this broadcast, but Cham is not going to be competing here, not today. Scrolling down, ByuN takes on Pig 2-0. Dark is up against Patches in the first round. Likewise, Bunny's up against Stek, and Nickrat did take down Bomyota. Here we go. So, for the most part, the first round is concluded. The round of 32 is wrapping up as well. The tournament is progressing. And our attention is going to be on the upper half. Basically, the reason why we dove on Hunter Swarm versus Dincommon early on was to get into ByuN versus Rebellion, is to potentially get into ByuN versus Solar. That is our goal. That was our initial goal here at the start of the broadcast. And Vitas are done. We are about to jump in. Here we go. Maybe ByuN's energy comes from his muscles. True. The DJ. My favorite caster, I watch a match daily. Thanks, crew. Duck YouTube videos are fire. Oh, thank you, Jay. Thank you so much. Do appreciate it. I know that our YouTube has been popping off and has been growing over the past year, quite a bit actually. So thank you. Glad you enjoy the content as always, Pappy. As always, thank you. As we're getting into our next series, Feeders are done. Game 1 is on Whispers of Gold. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing among SE2 people. It is Rebellion. Here we go. You did this in like 30 hours ago. You're referring to Talazan? Yeah. Smudge. I mean, hey, ByuN, he was able to survive, able to scout. So we're getting into that second series. And we'll see how Rebellion can compare. Now, if you haven't tuned in before, Rebellion, he is a more amateur player in Korea. I say amateur, more of a semi-pro. Rebellion has been around for many years and has always been around kind of like the Code A level of when it comes to the Korean scene. Never quite able to make it into GSL, into GSL Code S, I should say. But regardless, still a strong player in his own right. Has been very active as of late, even more active than he was last year, I want to say. More active than 2024. So it's been great to see the uptick here in Rebellion's interest in the game. A big part of that, of course, is the team is among SE2 people, players like Rebellion, players like Prome as well, Ateshi, likewise a little bit less Lunacy. Lunacy has been less active as of late, but in general a lot of the more semi-pro or amateur Korean players have been revitalized and have been competing once again. It's been great to see them all competing together here. Always great to see. I want to say a big part of that is Rennie Hour as well. Rennie Hour did found the team, and they've been enjoying themselves. Likewise, ByuN double gas opener, faster factory, delayed CC, a much more aggressive build here by ByuN. This can lead into Reacted Reaper Hellion, this can lead into Cyclone drops, tank drops, Banshee play. We'll see where ByuN takes us. So it does look for a way in. ByuN pulls away. Just your Rebellion does pull a couple of boys to try to shut down the Reaper, but alas, not quite able to. As ByuN does slip in. Does take a lot of hits, does take a lot of damage, does scout the opener. It is going to be a Twilight Council out of Rebellion, not a Stargate. So say the Twilight Council opener Rebellion, he is walling up, he is walling off. Meanwhile, it is going to be Reacted Reaper Hellion, at least initially. We'll see if ByuN makes additional Reapers. But based on the SimCity, based on the wall, not going to be as effective. Yeah, just 3. So 3 Reapers and 2 Hellions move out. The goal here is to confirm the scout, is to confirm the gateway count as well, to move out across the map and maybe get some economic damage. Behind this, a 1-1-1 follow-up. Tech Lab is on the way. From here, we can go into Cyclone, into early medevac, or even just early tank production. Army picks in. Ooh, shield battery's done just in time. Whew. Very close, very clutch. Blink is being researched. Add-on swap. Okay, it's add-on swap into Cloak Banshee. We did mention that Cloak Banshee was one of the options that ByuN could have gone for. Once again, very committed, very aggressive, and we'll see what he can get done. From the side of Rebellion, thankfully Rebellion is going for the safety Robo before expanding, before the third base. Robo, very safe play out of Rebellion. He's also building up an extra gateway, so he's got 2-gate Blink into a Robo into detection, but we'll see if he can minimize losses against that Cloak Banshee. It's not easy. I mean, there's a reason why it's very trendy as of late, going to Cloak Banshee. Has been quite trendy. As Rebellion is expanding, getting his third. That's how I found your channel. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Yeah, there is a little bit more discoverability on YouTube. I mean, it's just a bigger platform, right? So a little bit more discoverability. I think at times it can be harder to find a new channel on Twitch, like more so than on YouTube. Regardless, thank you. You know, Banshee does hit the main. There is no observer in position yet. The shield already putting in a little work. 1 probe goes down so far, just the 1. Rebellion tries to respond. Banshee's forced back, and no major damage yet. No major damage. Oh. Catching up with Reapers. They'll shut down the Reapers. Banshees are building up. We have how many so far? 2. 2 Banshees for ByuN. 2 Banshees able 1-shot probes. We can see Rebellion in position here in the main. Likewise also here at the third. Banshees get spotted. Rebellion, he wants those Banshees. He moves out. He, oh, barely does miss them. ByuN pulls away. And so far Rebellion doing well for himself. Again, it was a big commitment into Banshees, and so far they've only killed 1 probe. Behind this, getting into his 3-rack setup. Stim, tanks are building up as well. ByuN is looking quite secure. Third TC's on the way. And Rebellion, as he moves out, he does miss the Banshees, and back at home, not as much anti-air. Not as much. And Banshees, they hit the third base. Rebellion out of position. Oh, nice blink. Takes down the first Banshee. We'll lose a sentry though, and lose 6 probes. 6 workers go down. And the Banshee's not done. Gets a 7th probe. 7, 8, up to 9. It's just so awkward trying to keep up with that observer. And ByuN does well. Loses 1 Banshee, but gets 9 workers. 9 workers go down, happily just building up into a 3rd TC. slowly building up. Likewise, ByuN starting his move out. He is spotted by Rebellion, but Rebellion, I don't know if he can stop this. I mean, he's already sustained so many losses. Does have a Colossus. He's going to have 2. Okay, so 2 Colossus going to be ready for this. Charge is now done, +1 as well. Charge is on just in time. But does he have enough Zealots? That I don't think he does. I don't think he has enough support here for the army. Cashes out a couple of Marines. Not a bad start. Picks up a couple of bio units. Tanks force the siege ahead of time. Or early on. Oh, Observer gets spotted. Nice snipe. ByuN does get the Observer. Third base is on location. Remember, ByuN, he's not all in. He's getting a third. But ByuN, he can still trade well here. He can still trade well. Tanks are repositioning. Getting within range here of the third. And Rebellion being forced further back. It's being pinned back here. And ByuN is going for a split push. As he keeps Rebellion distracted here at the third, double jump into the main. Double jump into the main base. Tank boy is going off. Nice target firing on the Colossus. Yeah, oh my, oh no! The brutal tank shots on the Stalkers and Colossus as well. This is not the trade. This is not the fight we were hoping for. Oh my god, brutal trade here. As almost everything goes down, Rebellion bleeding out almost all the Stalkers, most of the Colossus, double jumping to the main base. He did not want to push into tank fire like that. There's still 3 tanks. They're still up and running. Oh my god, he gets a Colossus. Colossus goes down and Rebellion is just pulled apart. He has been torn apart here. ByuN snowballing out of control, breaks into the main, gets the mineral line, and again Rebellion. He had just such a brutal fight here, a brutal engage into the tanks, and with that Rebellion, he has been broken. He has been broken. He will chase down a medevac. That one tank is still alive, still up and running. Banshee, it's a natural. And here comes the second wave. Here comes the second push here from ByuN. And he has done critical damage already. Rebellion just plummeting in supply. As Plummet, he's got Mass Marauder. The Colossus is going to tickle this army. And the base is gonna go. Jesus, it just melts so fast, so quick. The HP nosedives. Stims on forward. Nice micro there. Nice control there by Rebellion. Does save the Colossus for as long as he can, but only for so long. GG gets called, and ByuN will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. ByuN will take a lead in the series. Alas, Rebellion just had a really rough engagement there, pushing into 3 tanks. He lost everything. He lost, I want to say, like 10 Stalkers. He lost a Colossus. He basically lost 2 Colossi when pushing in. Like, it was just a brutal engage, a brutal fight. Exactly what ByuN wanted. And with that, ByuN snowballed from there. GG. GG, well played. Did take the fight. Did claim the army. And now we're getting into game number 2. Getting into that second game. And we'll see what Rebellion has in store for us here. We'll see if he can bounce back and force that ace match. I want to believe he can. Again, just had a rough defense at the third. Likewise, the Banshees were doing a lot of damage as well. As a reminder, the Banshees, they killed 9 workers in the lead up to that push. So ByuN was already in a better position. And here we go, we're getting into game 2. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Ley Lines, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Shopify, leading the series 1-0. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing among SC2 people. It is Rebellion. So wholesome. Let's go. Let's go. As last game Rebellion, he was more reacting to his opponents. Remember, it was 2 gates blink into a robo into a third, so very economic and relatively safe play there by Rebellion in game 1. We'll see if he does shift gears. Speaking of shifting gears, ByuN aggressive once again, double gas opener. Now last game this led into Reacted Reaper Hellion into Cloak Banshee. I don't expect Banshees 2 games in a row. That's typically not seen at this level. Banshee play is really solid to sprinkle into a series, but typically not something you want to rely upon. At this point, Rebellion, he's a little more aware, he's a little more on notice. I would say that if ByuN were to play Banshee 2 games in a row, the Banshees will do even less damage here the second time around. But double gas is very versatile. You know, with double gas, we can still go into Cyclone, we can go into tank production, we can commit into additional Reacted Reaper Hellion. So there's other forms of aggression that are available here to ByuN. Meanwhile, as we do get into game number 2, a big shout out to Silly Dobby in the chat. God, baby God, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dobby, for resubscribing for 2 months. For 2 months, thank you for the support. We do appreciate it. Always, Papi. Hope you enjoy the content, hope you enjoy the casting, hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Thank you. Here we go. As we are going to be moving out. Behind this we have our initial Reaper. And we'll see if he does commit into additional Hellions, extra Reapers behind this. Actually, he's going Reaper into second Reaper, so this is not going to be reacted play. I mean, no, with additional Reapers. Meanwhile, we do see Rebellion does mix it up. It did open Blink last game, but this time going to be opening up Stargate instead. Bold move. Now, this is a larger map, true. Leylines is a larger map compared to Whispers of Gold, so going for a Stargate opener is more viable here on Leylines. Despite that, can he get away with it? Can he make this worth his while? Double Reaper poking forward. ByuN, he has yet to confirm the tech, but he's about to. There we go, dips in, confirms the Stargate. So ByuN, he's now aware. Back at her, we can get into Viking production, we can get into early Cyclones. Tech Lab's on the way. Should be for Cyclones initially. As ByuN, he confirms the first unit, he confirms it's going to be Oracle first, not Phoenix. I should be getting ready back at home. There it is. Cyclone is on the way. Getting to a Cyclone. Behind this can go. It's going to be a little bit risky here, but he does open up. Oh, there we go. Does pull out. We're a little bit. Never mind. A little bit indecisive here. Medevac into Lift, into Land, into Raven. Okay. Raven opener here. I was going to say the Raven opener is risky, especially if there are Phoenixes behind this. It can be difficult to get this Raven to actually gain value. Meanwhile, rushing into Skytoss. Rebellion alongside Lunacy, they do this from time to time. It's going to be Stargate opener into Tempest or into Carrier. Let's go. Revelation on the Cyclone. The Oracle does gain map control as the Reaper is stasis. Second Reaper still active. And it's going to be on Rebellion to deny the Scout. To keep ByuN in the dark. As the Fleet Beam is finishing up. Now, this could be a commitment into a second Stargate, into mass Skytoss, or into a ground army with a Mothership instead. I think this is going to be a Mothership Rush. It is going to be a Mothership Rush here. From Rebellion. Reaper goes down. Raven into the main. Ooh, and the Raven is going to spot this. Raven pokes in. Raven does confirm the Tempest. Yeah, the Tempest has been seen. Tempest has been scouted. Ay. Not like this. And with that, ByuN is now more aware of what's happening. We have extra gates on the way. Raven goes back in. Still confirms the Tempest. Oof. Gets 2 probes. Now, the goal with a Mothership Rush is typically to warp in a ground army with sentries and to recall into the main. But we can see here that ByuN is getting ready. He's got Cyclones, he's got Bio Army, he's split between both bases. And what's he getting? Second starboard. Mass Viking. He's going Mass Viking. Which is kind of a good thing here for Rebellion. Remember, Rebellion, he only made the one Tempest. Like, this is a ground transition. It is gonna be a ground-based army here, a ground all-in for Rebellion. But can he get that recall off? Can he get the recall? We have turrets in the way in the main, turret in the natural. ByuN moves out. Oh, spots the army. And ByuN, he does get the Oracle. Massive pickup. Oracle does go down. ByuN, he's zoning away the mothership for now. There's a recall. There's a recall here on top of the army. He's going for it. He's going for the kill. It's all or nothing for Rebellion. Just 2 base all in. We'll push forward. There's a tank in position. Remember, there's no blink. The tank blow is going to be brutal here. Tank blows are insane. Boys being pulled. Slow zone on the ByuN army. Very nice slow zone. But the tank blows are so brutal. Just so many tank shots going up. Another tank has arrived. And Rebellion, he's not really gaining any ground here. The Tempest can chip away at the army, and it should be. But they're Vikings. Tempest is getting punished. Done building up his Marauders. And Rebellion, he expands. And he takes a 3rd base, going for a Twilight Council. Rebellion, as the game progresses, he's falling behind. Remember, this is a late 3rd base for Rebellion, and late upgrades. Late Forge, late Twilight Council, late Tech. The game was supposed to end by now, and it didn't. And the longer this goes on, the better it is for ByuN. Shades into the main. Plus into the mineral line. Oh. 2 SCVs so far. I'd say keep shading in. ByuN is looking solid. And eventually ByuN's going to move out, and I'm concerned for Rebellion for when that happens. I'm concerned. Rebellion, he pulls away. Remember, he still needs more time to actually saturate a 3rd base, to get into those upgrades. Charge is almost done. And thankfully for Rebellion, ByuN is only going for drop play. He's going for the drop. We have a 1 medevac drop here on the right. ByuN, he's more concerned about a mothership into the main. Being more defensive. Whew. Okay, so the game will progress. Gonna keep going from here. Storm is not ready though, so probes are gonna go down. Gets 2. Going for the Templar Archives, a little bit ambitious. So Rebellion holds. ByuN, he does pull back with his main army. Does pull back. Rebellion looking to stabilize. He's not there yet, but Storm is going to be a big factor. Storm has completed, and how many High Templar does Rebellion have? 5. 5 High Templar. Ghost production has begun for ByuN, but ByuN, he has 0 ghosts. He has 0 ghosts so far. Rebellion, he can still win a fight. He can still win a fight. I do still favor ByuN getting into a longer game. Oh, and he has so much SimCity here. He has bunkers, widow mines, tanks as well. ByuN, he wants Rebellion to push in. Oh my god! And brutal defense missiles, or anti-armor missiles. Anti-armor missiles do connect, and Rebellion, he has to back off. He backs off, gets a 4th. Gets a 4th base. Does pull away. Let's pull back. Whew. And as a result, remember, Rebellion, he has been pretty committed and been pretty all in. ByuN is going to be the first to max. He's going to be the first to max out. And we'll see if Rebellion can survive the counterattack, as it's coming. ByuN saturating his 3rd. Building up more ghosts. Rebellion, he did get a second Tempest. He's working towards Blink, +1. Robo's on the way. Robo will be ideal with Disruptors, more importantly. Disruptors, Colossus. But again, he still needs more time. And ByuN's moving out. Now, Rebellion, he is heavily reliant here on the Storms. If the Storms can connect, then Rebellion can hold. Oh, speaking of, Storm goes crazy army. 1 High Templar goes down. There's 6 High Templar left. So it'd be 7. Another Storm comes in. Once again, not bad on the Marines, but the Ghosts do survive. No Storms on the Ghost yet. There's another Cloak. Cloak is activated. Storm with a Cyclone. Yeah, I'm looking for another way in, but there are just so many Storms. ByuN, what's he looking for? An EMP. Looking for an opportunity for an EMP. EMP's the main army. Once again, another missile goes off, covers and blankets almost all the gateway units. Vikings, they move in. Ooh, storming the Vikings, storming the ByuN. Not bad. But the EMP did connect. Yeah, brutal EMP on the High Templar. There's still a couple of Storms remaining. There's only 3 High Templar left, getting up to 4. Storm pops up. There's still, I want to say, 2, maybe 3 Storms left. And really, he's holding. Whew, okay, he does hold on. He does force ByuN back. Rebellion going to be chasing. Bold move. Charge will take it on top of the ByuN. Not a bad trade here from Rebellion, but he's running out of Zealots. It's running out. ByuN getting a 4th expansion, building up more Ghosts. Oh, a brutal EMP, and have we overextended? We get a decent Storm, but that was the final Storm. Yeah, that was the final Storm. ByuN, he just started steps in, takes down the Stalkers. Zealots, they do reinforce. But again, there's still not that many Zealots. And Rebellion, he has to retreat. He has to back off. He has 0 Storms left. Without Storms, he has no pushing power. He warps in 2 more High Templar. Making more Tempest. Widowmines there waddling in. Let's go. ByuN is getting a 4th base, and Rebellion should soon be getting a 5th, but he's lacking workers here. The economy, the worker count is quite low for Rebellion. Getting to Disruptors. 2nd Robo as well. Rebellion, he has 2 High Templar. They're in the War Prison. Oh no! Oh, Prison takes a lot of hits. Storm does zone. Storm tries to zone away. Rebellion has to get the hell out of here. He has to pull back. Will bleed out an Immortal. And a Tempest. 2 Tempests even. Oh god, god, god. The Blink. The Blink gets punished. Our Stalkers go down. Archon as well. Yeah, very efficient trades here from ByuN. The trades that Rebellion cannot afford. Remember, he's still building up his worker count. His worker count is still in the gutter. He's still in a 3-base economy. Despite having 4 bases here, he's only on 68 workers. Down in workers compared to ByuN. ByuN has mules on top of that. EMP pops off. And EMP pops off. That was the only High Templar. There is still that one Nova though. The Nova can pop up. Alas, it's not going to connect. Nova was too late. Another Nova coming in. Another Disruptor. Decent connection. Decent connection, but there's just too much ByuN here in the expansion. It's going to go down. ByuN breaks the 4th. Breaks down the 4th expansion. Still reinforcing, getting a 5th CC behind this. Rebellion, he has been on the back foot for most of the game here. I mean, again, remember, it started with a 2-base all-in. It started with Rebellion rushing into a mothership of all things. did make a game out of this, but for the most part, he's been stuck on the back foot. He's been on the back foot, stuck defending. ByuN looking for another expansion. Oh. Gets a ghost. There he goes off. Ooh, Storm on the ghost as well. Not bad. The ghost, they can tank a storm. They take down the prism. Prism goes down. That's catting here from ByuN. He denies the expansion once again, keeping Rebellion on 3 bases. And you can see here the supply plummets. Rebellion, he just cannot maintain these losses. He cannot afford this. As he's stuck on 3 bases, he has no economy. And ByuN, he's going in for the kill. Takes out the charge, ults the Immortals, High Templar. There's nothing left here. GG gets called, and ByuN will take the series 2-0. Advancing on to the quarterfinals. GG. GG, well played. ByuN, he will claim the series. A shout out to Rebellion, especially here in Game 2, as it was a very unique build. It is a build that Rebellion does enjoy whipping out from time to time in this matchup. It is a Mothership Rush. Ideally, the goal is to go for the Mothership recall into the main, but because ByuN scattered, Rebellion had to recall into the natural instead. He had to recall to push towards the natural, but ByuN, his defensive position was just so strong with bunkers, with Widow Mines, with tanks. ByuN was never going to be broken on 2 bases. And Rebellion, he found out the hard way. He found out the hard way, trying to brute force the issue there. Lasted us a little bit too much. And with that, then we had Rebellion trying to get into the mid game. Late 3rd base, late upgrades, late 4th base as well. Did make a game out of it. But in the end, ByuN did overwhelm. GG. GG, well played. Shout out to Rebellion, of course, for making a series out of this. And that is going to lead us here into our next series, into our next matchup. Let's go. Let us go. As Solar is mid-series against Green Earth. Actually, let's switch our teams over. Let's switch over here to the bracket. Let's figure out where we are and where we are headed. Ooh, okay, from the top, it looks like we have a lot of updates, actually. A lot of progression in the bracket. One moment, as we do clean things up a little bit. There we go. We have a round of 16. We have our round of 16 ready for us here. Okay, we have herO. herO takes down Rough 2-0. Gerald takes down Shameless 2-0. And we have herO versus Gerald in the quarterfinals. Likewise, ByuN waiting for the winner of Solar and Green Earth in the round of 16. Facing off in that round of 16. Looks like they just got out of game. And we might have an ace match here. Oh, no, never mind. There we go. We have results coming in. Solar takes on Green Earth 2-0, and we have our next series. We have our next series. It's going to be Solar versus ByuN in the quarterfinals. Let's go. Likewise, MaxPax takes down PSD 2-0 as well. So we have MaxPax versus Percival. We have Solar versus ByuN. herO versus Gerald. Bunny takes down Nickrak 2-1, and Bunny's waiting for the winner of Dark and Peruano in the quarterfinals as well. So the quarterfinals are getting underway. But with that new result coming in, we have ByuN versus Solar coming up next. As this is going to be a rematch. We have actually been casting a lot of ByuN versus Solar recently in our tournaments. They have become regulars in our events, in Sparkling Tuna Cup and International Tussle as well. So they have become regulars, and they're facing off for the 3rd time in the last week here. This time, though, in the quarterfinals. Oh boy. So we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break here. Our players, they're conducting their vetoes, and when we come back, we'll have that TVZ. Saying game versus ByuN, that long is victory in a turn. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Like, Rebellion, he played well. Did play well. It's a great name, Turbo Quacker. It is. Ah. It's going full turbo. But yes, for now we're going to be going in a short break. It shouldn't take too long here. When we come back, we'll have that TVZ. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the PiGosaur Monday number 23. Welcome back to our fourth series of the night. Welcome back to the quarterfinals. The quarterfinals here as we have our ZBT. We have our Terran versus Zerg spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Starchild. We have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. Oh. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. If there's anyone that's willing to give translations, I would appreciate it. I'm going to assume that ByuN was asking Solar, like, yo, you gonna hit the gym? Like, ByuN has been very active when it comes to going to the gym and working out. I imagine that ByuN is you know, offering Solar, papi, you wanna go? You wanna go to the gym? You wanna get swole? Oh. And alas, Solar, he says no. Oh, I lost recently. How much you can lift. Let's go. So now we're settling in. Now we're gonna be settling in. We do have initial openers here. Again, ByuN, it's gonna get him in. Gonna get him in, back. Get him in. For now though, it's gonna be an initial opener. Likewise, Hatch gets pulled out of Solar. Again, I'm just assuming that they're talking about weights, and I mean I saw a kilogram earlier as well. That's all I know. Generally. Otherwise, welcome to Starchild. Welcome one all to Starchild. Starchild is of course one of the larger maps in the map pool. Is an older TLMC map, but a large one nonetheless, and we'll see how our players will approach this. Reaper does hit the mineral line so far, does threaten those workers, but Solar is going to be able to keep up, is going to be able to defend, and is going to be able to maintain that natural. So far so good. Coming into this, Solar and ByuN, they have been very back and forth, but if you were here a couple of days ago, you would know that ByuN did fall to Solar 3-0. Solar had a very strong showing, or has been having, I should say, stronger showings against ByuN over the past couple of tournaments, whether it was the Tenacious Tussle, whether it was the Sparkling Tunic Cup as well. Solar has been looking very strong, very in form. He has been on that redemption arc as well, has been recovering and looking very, very on point over the past couple of weeks. And ByuN is going to be coming in as the underdog, is what I will say. ByuN, he's going to be coming in looking for revenge. We'll see if he can get it against Solar in a best of 3. I want to believe he can, but the pressure is on. Pressure is on. Behind this is going to be 3CC into Banshee. Starport's on the way. Starport is in production. Getting to a zone 1-1-1. There's the add-on swap into Banshee. So pretty standard opener here out of ByuN. Settling in towards that mid-game. Again, just as a reminder, Starchild is a very large map, very long rush distance by ground, relatively defendable third base, as you have to knock down rocks and go up these ramps to push into the natural, push into the third. The fourth base is a little bit more exposed, but even here at the fourth base location, we have a very narrow choke point and a ramp that you can defend. So in general, getting into a 4-base setup is a little bit more easy, or is a little bit more stable. Getting a 5th base, you are spread out far more thinly, so it can be more difficult to maintain a 5th. But getting to a late game is what we expect here. It should be up to ByuN to try to break Solar before we can really get comfortable here. We'll see if he can do so. For the time being, there we go. There's that 1-1-1. We have our initial Banshee moving out. Third base is now being taken here for ByuN. And as we settle in towards that mid-game, a big shout out in the chat. Thank you so much, God. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to Cosmotor. Thank you so much for subscribing with Twitch Prime. We do appreciate the support. Thank you. Thank you. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft as we are getting into our fresh best of 3. Lair first out of Solar. Solar playing very safe is going Lair first. He will delay his Eager Chambers and should be going for a faster Bailey Nest. There it is. Bailey Nest is on the way. So a very safe play here by Solar. Meanwhile, ByuN is being active. He does break out. He is being active. We have Hellions on the right and we have Banshees on the left. Thanks for casting, bro. Hopefully my game's entertaining. Always, papi, always. Thank you so much. God, thank you so much to Hunted Swarm. Hunted Swarm in the chat. We were covering his games at the start of the broadcast. There's a world out there where we could be casting Solar versus Hunted Swarm instead. True. Played well. Did play well. Take care, papi. Take care. As ByuN is being deflected. Likewise, Banshees, they rotate over towards the right-hand side. The Overlord barely does not see the Banshees. Doesn't spot them. As we mentioned before, with the faster lair, does lead into faster baling speed, more delayed upgrades here out of Solar. Banshees, they slip in towards the main. But there is the Spore. Despite that, getting a couple of drone kills. Gets 1, gets 2, gets 3. Not bad. 4 drones do go down. ByuN rotating over towards that 4th. Sorry, towards the 3rd. And so far, ByuN is just building up here towards his eventual bio push. Does get caught on creep though. Oh my god. Yeah, brutal surround. Lings, they do catch 1. They catch 2 Hellions. Barely not the rest. ByuN does barely slip away. Banshees, they pull out. 7 drone kills, they're not done. They rotate towards that 4th. Getting another drone. Getting 8 workers. The Banshees, they will escape. They will pull out. Ooh, even getting a tumor. A little bit greedy there, but the Banshees do survive. Nice damage, 8 workers, a tumor. Both Banshees make it out. They can always repair. And here comes the follow-up. Here comes the actual bio timing. Stim is done. 1-1 finishing up in a couple of seconds. A very strong 1-1 timing here for ByuN. The Hellions are low from earlier. That is true. But they're going to morph into Hellbats nonetheless. And we'll see if ByuN can break the 4th. Or even reset the Queen count. Another Queen! No! The Queens! They move in. And 1, 2 Queens going to be going down. Barely not. Phoenix rolling in. And brutal connections. Whew, and Solar, he holds. Solar, he does hold on. He shuts down the buy. That was almost disastrous. In the end, Solar, he does shut down the push, and Solar defends the 4th base. Who are only losing 1 queen. Only 1 queen goes down. That could have been disastrous. Saves the queen. It gets the 4th base. Now going for a 5th. And that was a brutal trade for ByuN. Again, ByuN, he took the Balings right to the face. And suddenly Solar, he's snowballing out of control. Solar, he now maintains the greater economy, now taking up into Hive Tech, Infestation Bits on the way, getting into 2-2, getting into Lingbane Hydra. There's a lot of pressure on ByuN. There's now suddenly a lot of pressure on the Terran. Banshees, they do find the 5th. ByuN switching out of tanks into Widowmines. And it's getting a 4th CC. ByuN is not going for a 3-base all-in. It's getting a 4th base. Lings, they come in from behind. They not quite going for the tank. Catching reinforcements. Scouting. Does confirm the expansion. And Solar, he should be able to keep up. Okay, split up his army. Split up is ready for this. And sure, we have ByuN poking in and denying some creep, but for the most part, the Hive is almost done. The Hive is almost done. Lurker Gen as well. Solar, he's almost reaching his final form. His goal here is to get into Lurkers and then finally break out. Until then, Solar has been taking more of a defensive role. He hasn't been really too aggressive at all across the map. Just focusing on that defense. Oh, attempts to come in from behind is denied. Nice trades there by ByuN. Solar, he is maxed. Hive is now done. He can get into Adrenal, get into Lurker Tech, into Lurker upgrades. So this time he commits and he will finally take down that tank. Finally brings it down. ByuN, he does attempt to reinforce. The rocks have not been knocked down, so this is still a really awkward position for Solar to engage into. It's still very awkward for Solar. Viper production has begun. Both armies are maxed. ByuN going for the drop. ByuN is headed towards the main. Rocks are finally knocked down. And now we can surround. Lanes are coming from behind, and the mine shots are going to be decent. Yeah, decent mine connections on the Lingbane. It is forced to pick up. ByuN, these are some later drops into the main base. Our Spore's in position. And Solar doesn't react. Oh! Ooh, takes down a medevac. Yeah, late reaction out of Solar. Drones are going to fall. But there are enough Lings. Yeah, there are enough Ling reinforcements. Oh no! Medevac does pull away. And I worry for ByuN. Unfortunately, Lurkers are morphing in. Lurkers are morphing in, and the Ghost Academy is just now finishing up. ByuN, he's not ready for the Lurkers. He's not ready for this. Again, ideally, ByuN, he wanted more damage across the map. Does trade well off of creep. Does trade well initially. Yeah, more Lurkers morphing in. The scan does reveal that. ByuN knows. And ByuN has to buy time. That's his win condition. He has to buy time here with draw play, with counterattacks, to buy time for more Ghosts and more Liberators. Solo with the Miss Rally. Okay, pulls away. Nice on the right hand side. Solo, he's keeping up. Lurker's going for a waddle buy. ByuN, he's ideally forcing a distraction, forcing Solo all the way back home, but the Lurkers, they do get on top of the expansion, and the planetary, it's going to go down. Massive pick off. Oof. That's mine connections, drop into the main. Planetary should fall. I say that reinforcements have arrived. He saves the base, saves the planetary. Oof. Planetary gets saved, Lurkers go down. That's still 19 SCV kills. ByuN is dropping back and forth. Still being hyper aggressive. At least attempting to be. Yeah, still just being annoying. Solo, he's just had enough. Going for a counterattack. Gets met by those Widow Mines. Drops, they continue. Oh! Does lunge in. Takes out another medevac. There's one medevac left. Solar, no detection. But does get past. Planetary morphs in. Oh my god, these Widow Mines are doing well. They do well for themselves. But the planetary did fall. Solar still has momentum for the most part. ByuN, he's stuck on 4 bases. Now he's got a healthy Ghost count though. No Liberators yet, but he's getting there. Throwing down more CCs. Some more orbitals. Oh! Snipes, they catch at a Viper. So ByuN, he still has a little potential with the army. Like, ByuN, he's down in bases. He needs a 5th base, that is true. And ByuN may be starved out in the long run because he has no expansion, but the army still can trade well. Still trade well here with those snipes. With the splits. ByuN getting 3 workers, dropping back into the main. Again, just causing a big distraction here for Solar. ByuN throwing down 3 CCs. These Widow Mines have been so annoying here. And there it is, double starport into Liberators. So Liberator production is almost here. It's almost there for ByuN. Still needs a little bit more time to get into advanced ballistics. Before then, snipes are going up. Oh, ooh, forcing friendly fire. And the Ghosts are getting caught out. It's brutal pick up here. Solar cashes out a good portion of the army. Nidus into the main. And the Nidus, it looks like it will barely finish. For the most part, ByuN causing a distraction. Nidus, there we go, finishes, but does go down instantly. ByuN is holding on. And Solar, despite being maxed, despite having this very mobile army, he hasn't really achieved too much with it. For the past couple of minutes, he's just been stuck at home. He's been stuck defending against all the drops. I mean, props to ByuN. ByuN doing everything he can here to just buy as much time as possible, and it's been working. It has been working so far. ByuN's still trying to get a 5th. It's been a long time. Attempts that 5th expansion. Oh, bleeds out a ghost. He's on the way. Solar tries to engage. EMPs don't connect. But I'm not so certain Solar has enough here. It does end the EMPs on the Vipers. Solar going for a run by. Getting shot down by the Widow Mines. And ByuN, the base, it survives. For now, at least. This creep is still receding, and Solar, he will find the CC. And lunges forward. Even coming in from behind. Oh, collapsing on the army. ByuN getting caught out. And he will lose the command center. At the same time, though, ByuN, he kills another hatchery. Not bad. Takes down the mineral line, takes down the base. Solar out of position. Solar, he commits. He goes for another planetary instead. And he does get it. Cool. Getting 2 for 1. 2 planetaries for 1 hatchery. Liberators have arrived. Oh, maybe forced back. Solar, he does defend back at home. Shuts down the ghosts. Goes to full. Solar, he defends. Sure, he lost an expansion, but Solar still in a much better position. ByuN, he is down to 36 SCVs. And we mentioned this earlier, a couple of minutes ago, but it is coming to fruition. ByuN is running out of money. ByuN, he's running out of money. He's being starved out the entire time. He was being denied a 5th base and now being denied a 4th as well. ByuN is double expanding. He needs to. He's double expanding. He's hoping that one of these bases gets up and running. As he double expands, Hydras are in position and the base, it's gonna fall. Another expansion should go down. Nice mine connection. Solar moving in towards a 3rd. Gets into the mineral line, forces friendly fire. More SCV kills. 15. 15 SCVs going down. Oh, good. Does a duck to GG, gets called. ByuN, he is broken, and Solar will take game number 1. Ooh, GG. Solar does take lead in the series. As he takes the lead, a big shout out to Ryan in the chat. Ryan Victors, God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream, had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. Welcome one and all to the PiGosaur Monday. This is a weekly open tournament. We are in the quarterfinals, and we just wrapped up game 1. Solar, he's ahead 1-0, does take a lead, and we'll see if Solar can get the 2-0 or if ByuN can fight back. Again, coming into this, Solar is the favorite player. If you've been watching Solar specifically over the last 2 weeks, you would know that Solar has been getting some crazy results. He's been beating players like herO, beating players like Clem, beating MaxPax. Solar has been on fire over the past couple of weeks. And, oh boy, I don't know if anyone wants to be in his way right now. Well, I mean, ByuN, he does stand ahead of him. We'll see if we can force him to the ace match. Personally, I hope so. I want to see a game 3. I want to see a back and forth. But the pressure is on ByuN. Just catching up. The content is on par with the StarCraft. Top notch. Ah, gracias, papi, gracias. Weaker. The Cabal ain't dead yet. I mean, again, like, Solar has been getting really good results in Open Cups for the past 2 weeks. In online tournaments. Solar taking down herO, MaxPax, Clem. Like, I don't think there's a player out there that Solar didn't beat in the past 2 weeks. But it's about consistency, right? It's about, you know, he's had a really strong showing the last week, but it's about whether or not Solar can replicate that and continue that streak. Whether he can continue. We'll see. As it looks like we're setting up for game 2. Game 2 is going to be on herO. Flash shout out at Ryan. Beautiful. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of herO, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Falcons, leading the series 1-0. It is Solar. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify. It is ByuN. Here we go. We're getting into game 2, and welcome one and all to herO. herO is a unique map in the map pool. It is a old TLMC ladder map, and it is very aggressive. It's a very short rush distance by ground, very aggressive map here in general. And because of that, I do favor ByuN coming into this. In general, when it comes to early timing attacks, I'm referring to the 7 minutes 1-1 timing push here, and even a later 2-2 timing as well can hit very strong and hit like a truck, specifically on herO, just because of that rush distance by ground. So we'll see if Solar can survive this. I would not be surprised if Solar opens up Roach. Like, Roach openers would make a lot of sense here on this map, just to be even safer, just to survive those timings and survive the early game. We'll see if Solar does mix it up. Likewise, you can also turn that defense into an offense, especially on this map. We could see, you know, a 1-1 Roach all-in off of 3 bases. Not uncommon, not unheard of. Here we go. ByuN is going for his standard opener, does go for the Rax Expand. Likewise, Hatch first, Hatch Gas Pool out of Solar. So far, so good. Hey, no, he'll have a response. I mean, I'm sure he will. Like, again, that's why we brought up the Roach opener that we have seen from Solar on some of these smaller maps. That is going to be an option. Again, you can see here that the distance between third base to third base is 1 screen. There's 1 screen between the bases. Aye. Or from third base to natural, I should say. So far, ByuN pokes in. Solar did invest into an extra pair of lings. That's going to be 6 lings for Solar. So Solar just being a little bit safer here. Likewise, ByuN back at home goes for the third CC into Starport. We did see Hellion Banshee last game out of ByuN, and we expect to see the same here in game number 2. So we'll keep an eye on ByuN to see if he does deviate. There it is, Starport. So looking to be 3 CC Banshee 2 games in a row. I mean, there's a reason why it is the go-to. It is a very standard way to open up in this matchup. Does give you map control, gives you some harassment opportunities as well. As there's that tech lab for the add-on swap. Meanwhile, Solar is ready in the main. It's ready in the main base. Zones away the Reaper, getting his third, droning up. So far, so good. Really, we're waiting to see if there is an add-on swap. Yep, there it is. Add-on swap. We're waiting to see if we invest into Cloak or just regular Banshees. And it'll be on ByuN to find a way in. To find a hole in the armor here. And to get some economic damage. As a reminder, last game he did get, I want to say, up to 9 worker kills. Or I want to say between 7 and 9. Drone kills with his Hellion Banshee. ByuN had a very nice start. And he is investing into Cloak. Okay. So he is going into Cloak Banshee. Hellions, they rotate towards the third so far. Solar's keeping up. Queens are in position. Zone away. Overlord Scout does confirm the researching tech lab, so he does confirm Banshee production and the third expansion. So Solar, he's fully aware, and there it is, Roach Warren. So we did assume at the start of the game, this is why we brought it up, that we were going to be seeing Roach play this time out of Solar, and this makes the most sense. The reason why we brought it up is because on smaller maps, Roach openers are more common. The reason for this is because Terran pushes are more terrifying on smaller maps, so opening Roach is more standard. Now, what's important though is that the Roach Warren is hidden behind the mineral line. This means that we might see something more aggressive instead. I'm assuming initially defensive play out of Solar, but with that hidden Roach Warren and without any Eva Chambers so far, we might commit here instead and Solar might cut worker production. So we'll keep an eye on the droning here of Solar, for now getting up to 3 base saturation. ByuN rotating over, double Eva Chamber on the way for 1-1 upgrades. Now, we are expecting +1 melee if this is more economic. If this is more all-in, then we expect +1 range. But I'm leaning towards melee, as melee would signify Solo going from a Roach Ravager into Ling Bane. Banshees move in. They don't quite snipe the Queen. Got transfuse. Means they hold for now. Queens, they zone back the army, Roaches are amassing, melee upgrades on the way, so this is most likely going to lead into Banelings, yep, and into further and greater tech. Infestation bits on the way, so this is more of a defensive style here. There's that Baneling that we didn't mention, so Ling Bane Roach Ravager out of Solar. Now, where does this lead? This should be Ling Bane Roach Ravager into Ultras. That's what the Hive is going to be for. And if Solar is able to get into Ultra Tech, then he can snowball out of control. That is his win condition, to tech into Hive, to tech into Ultras. Meanwhile, ByuN, we're 20 seconds away from the move out. We spoke about the 1-1 timing earlier. 1-1 is on the way, and by the time it gets close to finishing, ByuN should unsiege his tanks and should push. And there it is. This is ByuN's moment. Actually, he does keep his tanks back at home, so he's only going for some light aggression here. He's moving out with his Marines, yes, but he's not committing. So he's keeping his tanks more defensive. Now, ByuN, he did see the Roaches, so because he saw the Roaches, he might believe that a tank push won't work, which is true. Like, it can be quite difficult to break Roach Ravager with these tanks, as they're going to be vulnerable to BIOS, of course. One is now done. And ByuN, he's being more passive here. Yeah, he backs off. He backs off instead. Which means Solar's in a better position. Solar, he's able to get away with this. He defends the 4th base, now getting a 5th as well. ByuN, he's rotating instead. And again, he does see the Roach Ravager. So ByuN not too confident in his push. Not initially. Hive is almost done. Again, we're getting to those Ultras. Soul moving in. Ling Bane finishing up just in time for the push. Still a couple of seconds away. Oh, the expansion is going to go down. Yeah, Solar not quite in position. Still massing up his army. Now, the hope here for Solar is that this base is going to go down, for sure. But Solar, ideally, he can catch the army as it tries to race back home. And tries to catch the tanks unsieged. There's that Ultra Cavern. Viper's on the way as well. ByuN, he unsieges, he pulls away, and he gets out. Yeah, ByuN, he does actually keep pushing. ByuN is moving forward, he's getting caught unsieged. ByuN, he overextends, massive connections. And Banelings, they pop off. He shuts down the ByuN. ByuN is in trouble. This is not good enough damage here. He did deny an expansion, that is true. But Solar is getting it back up 5th. Solar, he's still maxed out. Kind of splitting is on the way. He's almost into those Ultras. Solar's almost there. Things, they catch reinforcements. Does catch reinforcements, gets into the mineral line. Solar setting up a counterattack. ByuN, he attempts to take a 4th base. Solar, he's here already. Does deny it. It's a couple of SCVs. ByuN, he doesn't gain any ground. And ByuN, I believe he hasn't scouted the Hive yet. He hasn't scouted the Ultras. He's stuck on a bio-based composition. And what does he need against Ultras? He needs Ghosts. He needs Ghosts, Liberators. He's not there yet. Actually favor Solar coming in towards this later game state. Oh, Mind Shots not quite going off. Yeah, Widow Mine doesn't connect. And with that, ByuN, he is in trouble here. He is now aware of the Ultras. He does scouts. He is now aware. But it may not matter. Ghost Academy is just about to finish. ByuN needs more time. And Solar, his goal should be to knock down the fourth. To knock down this expansion. He's knocking down the rocks. Rallying across the map. He's going to be distracted though. Is forced back home. Ultra does force the pickup. And Solo is going for the dive. The mine shots are decent, but it has to still just so much Retravager behind this. As they connect. Planetary will be able to hold its own. I mean, Solo, he does want to trade out the Retravager. He ideally wants to trade this out, making more room for Ultras. We have 3 more Ultras in production. As ByuN, he defends the fourth for now. Let's defend, but Solar, he can afford to trade. Can afford to. Spires on the way. This should be for Corruptors. Corruptors into eventually Broodlords. Once he gets another tank. Solo bleeding out a couple of Ravagers here. Again, not the biggest of deals. As he loses Ravagers, he replaces them with Ultras. He's building up more and more Ultras. Likewise, ByuN getting into Ghost production, getting a 5th base. I'll be honest, I didn't think that ByuN was going to be able to save the 4th, but he did. The 4th base survived, and now suddenly ByuN is in this game. He's on 4 base economy, now he's getting a 5th base. Ghost production well underway. Earlier, the Ghosts were a little bit delayed, they were later, but now he has them. So ByuN is in this. I do still give the advantage to Solar just because of his bank. Solar, he can take fights and can remax. But it's about what Solar's achieving with this army, or really what he's not achieving with the army, because he did not break the 4th. And the 5th base is getting up. Like Solar, he's still been a little bit too defensive. He might just be waiting for his upgrades. 3-3 is halfway done. He's giving his opponent a lot of time. And here we go, Solar now moving in. Snipe goes up, takes down one of the Ultras. At least should. There we go, does get into the mineral line. I spoke earlier about how he still doesn't get the expansion though. The snipes are brutal. ByuN holds. ByuN holds, he shuts down the Ultras. Across the map, a little bit more success here for Solar. He's being kited all the way to the 3rd. Solar, he doesn't touch the 5th. And ByuN? Again, he defends, he holds, saves the mineral lines, saves the bases. Still maxed out. Now Solar, he can still afford to have worse trades. Like Solar still has more expansions and a greater economy. So he can afford some missteps here and there. But not too many. Not too many though. The mine connections are brutal. Mine shot goes up, Ultras, he shuts down the planet. There we go, Planetary goes down. Gets the 5th. Whew, takes out the 5th base, takes down 13 SCVs. Finally, Solar gets some damage. Forcing back the army to the natural. And again, you can argue these are some expensive trades here, but this is worth it for Solar, as he can remax. Ideally, doesn't lose an expansion though. Doesn't lose the hatchery. Drop comes back in. Chasing back. See ByuN taking up in towards those Liberators, but he needs more time. Meanwhile, the third base is going to be broken. And finally, Soul is getting economic damage. He takes down the fifth base, goes for the third, gets into the mineral line, pushing towards the natural. And we're going for a pseudo base trade as ByuN, he's also taking a base across the map. And Solar, he races back home. Turns back around, respects the army. ByuN stimming onto creep. Did get an expansion, but didn't get the workers. Snipes on the overseer. Reinforced to pick up. Solar, he wants to keep pushing, but alas, there is that Liberator. Ooh. As Liberator is going to go down, just barely. Fusion Core as well. The Fusion Core is exposed. Now Solar, he doesn't quite get the CC. Not quite. Now, ByuN, he's waiting for Solar to take a bad fight. Once Solar, if he takes a bad fight and if he loses most of his ultras, then that can trigger a counterattack. But outside of that moment, or outside of that scenario, ByuN is stuck at home. Nice snipes. Takes out one of the ultras. We get a decent Bailey connection. ByuN now getting his fifth base saturated, but heavily reliant on mules. The SCV count is still very low for ByuN, down to 48 SCVs. Instead, ByuN, he has a super maxed army. On the one hand, it means that, one, ByuN's army is strong, that is true, but it means that he doesn't really have a bank. ByuN's gas bank is almost non-existent. Does have some minerals left over, but limited gases. Liberation has arrived. Now here we have a decent lib count. Soleil peels off, going for another ultra run by. Running past the Liberator. Getting onto the starports. Heads towards the mineral line. ByuN still not really gaining much ground. Ultras, they bust in. Where's the repair? Late repair out of ByuN. Not the best engage here, but there we go. The planetary is going to fall. Liberator getting 9 drone kills, not bad. Workers go down, but ByuN, he can't afford these losses. Lings, they're catching out reinforcements. Starport goes down. Another starport on fire. Not going to be easy for Soul to push into all these liberation zones, but despite that, he commits. Does try to brute force the issue. Another best trade here from Solar. He will bleed out all of his ground army. Solar getting a little bit too excited. Bleeds out a lot. I mean, these are expensive losses here for Solar. Trying to make it worth it. Takes down the Liberators, he will lose every single ultra. Jesus. Will lose all of his ultras. Again, ByuN trading very efficiently. Despite that, still no fourth expansion. CC's up in the air. Just heavily reliant on mules, essentially. Mules are keeping ByuN in this game. But he can't max. ByuN, he cannot max out. He's making Reaper? Oh, I don't think this is intentional. ByuN, calm down. I don't think he's meant to be making Reapers here. So, bit of a fumble. And ByuN, his muscles are getting too big. His fingers are so thick. Oh no. Like, you can make an argument that, like, especially in the mid game, yeah, the Reapers they go down. Like, that was not intentional. Reapers, they get completely caught out. ByuN does take down the expansion, but alas, Solar, he gets into the mineral lines. Yeah, he gets into the natural, into the third base, trying to camp the production. ByuN, he's racing back home. He will lose another mineral line. Solar, in a way, getting caught out. Oh, who catches who? This is going to be a kill, not a lift on the CC. And ByuN is on his last legs. At this point, ByuN is all in. He's on a half a base economy, if that. A third of a base economy. His supply blocks, trying to break out of it. And I was hoping for an ace match, I was hoping for a game 3, but that is not going to happen here. Solar, he has been in control for quite some time. If you recall, a big part of this, I mean, thankfully Solar did open Roach, so he was very safe. If you recall, after ByuN saw the Roach opener, ByuN was a little more passive. ByuN, he wasn't able to really make use of his timing attack with 1-1. If you recall, he rotated, went for a delayed push instead. Solar defended, and Solar, he was able to get into that late game, get into the Hive Tech without too much issue here, into Ultras. He's able to get into those Ultras. And with that, Solar goes to the final mining expansion. Again, ByuN, the base trade is his best option, his best choice. Gets the mineral line. Oh my god, that's 23, 26. 26 runs going down. It's all or nothing for ByuN. Snipes, they pop up. Snipes shut down the Ultras. Solar, he turns everything back around. Does race back home. The Ultras are low. And we do get a decent fungal on the army, but the Ultras, they're falling as Solar, he plummets in supply. Wait, no. Wait, hold on. ByuN, he takes the fight, takes down the expansion. Taking the fight isn't what's scary. What's scary here is that Solar doesn't have a blank. He doesn't have a bank. Solar, he has burned through his bank. He has no money. No shot. ByuN, he has the more efficient composition, true. He has a larger army as well. I mean, he was super maxed. So ByuN, he's winning this game. Like, he is ahead. ByuN, he's in a better position. ByuN has 2 SCVs, but he doesn't need SCVs. He needs this. He needs these ghosts, the Marines, the Marauders. Solar, he is in trouble. Without a good fungal, Solar, he will lose this fight. No shot. No shot, baby. As, yeah, Solar, he's also on, what, a 1.5 base economy. Solar needs more time. ByuN, as long as he controls well, he can win this. Up the snipe! Oh my god, gets the Infestor, no fungal. And that was the one chance, that was the one moment. We did need that fungal, and without it, yeah, there's only Ling Bane. There's no Ultras left. Expensive loss here for Solar, and ByuN, he does it! Takes the fight, shuts down the army, and we are going to the ace match. We're going to game 3. Whew. Oh my god, I was concerned we weren't going to get it, but GG gets called, and ByuN ties up the series. Let's go. ByuN does tie it up. Again, Solar, he had more bases, he had the economy, he was maxed out, that is true. But remember, ByuN had a super maxed army. He had an insane force to work with. He was able to outtrade his opponent and did barely take it. GG. GG, well played, did barely take it. A very intense game 2. Could have gone either way, to be honest. And with that, we're going to the final game of the series. Let's go. Let us go. Getting ready for that game 3. And game 3 is going to be on ley lines. So we can just make Ling Bane. I mean, even if Solo was going back to Ling Bane instead of Ultras, just because of how efficient the army is, potentially ByuN could have still out-traded. I mean, it would depend on the angle of attack. Would have depended on the angle, on where the fight took place. For sure. But I do agree that towards the end, ultras, they can be just because they're so expensive, they can at times be a mistake to commit into. Like ultras, to efficiently and to effectively make use of ultras, you do need that greater economy. But Solo was losing bases, was losing expansions. I mean, he straight up just ran out of money towards the end. And here we go, we're getting into our next game, and spawning in the top right hand corner of Ley Lines, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify. It is ByuN. Here we go. As the ByuN, he even got away with making those, like, what was it, like 9+ like Reapers? Yeah. Even got away with that. He was fine, Bob. He was fine. In control the entire game. Go ByuN. From here, though, we're settling in, and we're loading into one of the more standard maps in the map. Well, I say standard map just because it isn't as small as, you know, El Dorado, Ultra Love, or Whispers of Gold. It's a larger map compared to those maps, but it isn't as large as, you know, your more intense macro maps like Neo Violet Square, King's Cove, and Abyssal Reef. Not as large, not as intense, or Amygdala even, and Frostline. So Ley Lines is a little bit more middle of the road. Because of that, I have a bit of a harder time kind of leaning towards either player. We'll see where they take us. I wouldn't be surprised if this time Solar doesn't open Roach. I do believe that a big reason behind the Roach opener on herO was just because of the size of the map. Here we might just see straight up Bane out of Solar instead. We'll see. Does claim his third. It's going for his third. Behind this standard opener here out of ByuN. Racks into Factory. And should lead into a third CC. Now ByuN, he does have a couple of cheeky builds up his sleeve where he does like to mix in a 2-base all-in or 3CC 2-1-1. So ByuN, he has been known to mix up his play in the mid game, but so far, standard opener. Every game so far we have seen Hellion Banshee, or we've seen 3CC Banshee out of ByuN. And we might see that again in the ace match. Ooh, takes down the Tumor, very nice pickoff. Tumor goes down, Reaper barely escapes with 4 HP. Whew. Again, sniping that first Tumor is actually pretty brutal. It's pretty brutal. It's pretty brutal here. It's a nice pickoff there by ByuN. Meanwhile, Starport. It's going to be a Starport follow-up. There's a Tech Lab into Add-on Swap into Banshee. So the same opener every game in the series, and again, there's no reason to deviate really too much. Even though ByuN does have some cheeky builds up his sleeve, Reaper Hellion. Sorry, Hellion Banshee is the go-to for a reason. Just very safe, very secure. Our eyes instead are going to be on Solar, as we're waiting to see does Solar open up Lair First, Roach Warren, or Baneley Nest, or even Double Evo Chamber. Solar does have options. ByuN pokes in. Stim has begun behind this. Stim is on the way. We're 10 seconds away from our initial tech of choice. Catches the Tumor. Not a bad pickoff. And what is Solar going for? There we go, getting a second gas. Throws down the second gas geyser, getting ready here for Banshee. Spores are on the way. Overlord comes in for the scout, gets eyes on the third CC, and the Overlord, oh, does he see much more? He does not. Doesn't get eyes on the follow-up here. As we can see, this is a different variation. This time, no cloak. And to be fair, Solar, he does see the lack of researching Tech Lab. So this time there is no cloak. This time ByuN, he's committing less into his Banshees, and it is going to be Lair first. Lair first out of Solar. Lair into Baneling Nest. This time no roaches. So no roaches. We did see roaches last game, but again, error home, small map, short rush distance by ground. Makes sense to play safe. Here we're calming down. Still denying creep. Potentially looking for a dive. Oh, as the final tumor doesn't quite go down. But nice cleanup here out of ByuN. Behind the Solar, W chamber into double upgrades. Into Ling Bane, Hydra. Now, last game, Solar's win condition was to get into Ultra Tech and get into Hive. Here, it's going to be Solar going into Ling Bane, Hydra, into eventually Hive Tech into Lurkers. We're getting a bit ahead of ourselves, but that's kind of like the setup here that Solar's going for. You know, a nice snipe on that first queen. Ooh, but the Banshee does fall. Remember, there's no cloak. No cloak for the Banshees. And so far, they have not paid for themselves. They kill a queen, but just a queen and one drone. Now getting a second worker. ByuN, he is going to be reinforcing. This is going to be a very early push, actually. So usually the move out is reserved for around 7 minutes, just because that's lined up with the 1-1 upgrades. As 1-1 is still on the way, but ByuN, he goes for an earlier push instead. And Solar's not quite ready for this. Solar, he's being greedy, he's taking up in towards Hydras. But Solar, he has a decent amount of Ling Bane. Baneling speed has not begun. Oh, that's a mistake. Baneling speed should have already begun by now. Even before Hydra range. Without Baneling speed, Solar is going to attempt to surround. ByuN trades well. Does trade well. Hellions are behind this. Hellions can't even move forward. Armory still in the way. And there we go. Baneling speed now begins, but it is very late, very delayed. And that was not intentional. Oh, snipes a queen. Does snipe a queen. Expansion goes down. Massive pickup. ByuN takes down the fourth. Should be deflecting the main. But takes down the fourth expansion. And Solar's in trouble. Solar, he is in trouble here. Going for an ARAX is makes the most sense, and yep, we're ARAXing. 3 base all in. 3 base all in out of ByuN. So coming into this game state, because ByuN killed the fourth, this is already insane damage, and the correct thing to do here is to go for an all-in. ByuN, he doesn't take his gases. No gases at the third base, no 4 CC, no second factory, throws down 3 maxes, no add-ons, purely 3 base all in, ARAX. And because ByuN has momentum, this is designed to kill. And this is going to be a tough hold here for Solar. Solar now finishing up Baneling speed. ByuN, he tries to get into the mineral line. Gets a couple of Banelings. Nice target firing. And ByuN is making 12 Marines at a time. And this is pure Marine tank. That's the power here of this ARAX of the 3 base all in, because there's no gases, because there's no add-ons, there's no Marauders. There's no Marauder production, there's no additional tanks either with the second factory. It's just pure Marine tank. And here comes ByuN. ByuN is almost maxed. Now, if Solar can somehow buy time for Hive Tech, like the Hive is on the way, Lurker Den's on the way, Solar, ooh, he drone up to 82, that's a little bit greedy. But he has potential for some better engagements with those Banelings. But the pressure is on Solar. Again, he's up against the wall. ByuN just rallying across the map. Solar's being punished by those tanks, and he gives up. He gives up the base. Does give up on the expansion. The base is gonna fall. Solar still stuck on 3 hatcheries, as he will lose another 4th base. Just over and over again. And ByuN, he can either rotate towards the top side or just keep pushing. Solo going for a massive counterattack instead. Trying to catch reinforcements. Does attempt to. And not bad, he does catch some Marines. The Bio army is getting called out. Now going for the tanks. The tank shot up, barely going up. Headed for the mineral line. Massive connections. SCVs are going down, gets the entire mineral line. That is good damage, but ByuN, he's still all in. Now he's running out of steam. ByuN is running out of reinforcements. I say that he does have a bank to work with, so he's still rallying. Jesus. Still rallying across. Bailey Nest is under fire. The Bailey Nest does go down. Ay, ay, ay. Meanwhile, the Lurkers, they've made it. Against Sola, he just had to buy time for Lurker tech, and he's here. Lurkers have arrived. Sola, he can still hold on. Yoinks the tank. Sola, he is still in this game. ByuN hasn't broken him yet. Oh, he does pull in towards the left-hand side, though. Trading against the Lings. Oh my god, takes a bailing into the face. Does take a bailing. ByuN, he doesn't get into the mineral line, doesn't take down the fourth. And Solar's holding. Solar, he's holding on. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Solar. And a lot of this honestly comes down to the counterattack. Comes down to the counterattack, comes down to the run by. It didn't just cripple the economy of ByuN, but it also forced back reinforcements, right? It delayed the push. It delayed the army. Lurker count is getting higher. Marines, they attempt to stay out of range, but alas, it's going to be overwhelmed. The tanks are going down. Solar, he's holding on. He's shutting this down. ByuN does go into the mineral line, though. Not bad. Does hit the fourth. Oh, does hit the fourth expansion. Goes for the Hydras. Doesn't quite have enough. It was close. And Solar, he defends. Solar defends. He maintains a 4-base economy. Something that ByuN was trying so hard to deny. And again, the beginning of the game was solid for ByuN. He killed the 4th, he killed the 5th base, or the backup 4th. But the run by was insane. Likewise, ByuN, he wasn't able to punish the backup 4th. Solar, he has his Lunkers back. Going to zone away, takes down the medevac, and Soul's about to max. He's about to max out. ByuN trying to take a 4th CC. It's an orbital. I mean, it has to be. ByuN attempting to recover, but his army's just being outscaled. Likewise, he never took his gases at the 3rd base, so he can't really afford anything too greater. Tech-wise, I mean. Oh god, god, god. Medevac goes down. And soon Soul's gonna max. He's about to max out, then counterattack, and it's gonna be a tough hold here for ByuN. He's lacking Sim City, no bunkers, no depots, no planetaries, no CCs. Likewise, no tanks, no widow mines. ByuN is not set up defensively. Is ready for a backstab though. Workers move in. Solar commits. Here's a strategy though by ByuN. ByuN does hit the mineral line, not bad. He does hit the natural. Patches out some of those overlords. Lurkers are going to be cleaned up. ByuN with some good fights, with some good trades. Gets the expansion. This still may not matter. Mining is still denied. Yeah, mining is still being denied. ByuN is still starving out. And ByuN did have a crazy comeback in Game 2, but here in Game 3, I don't see it happening as much here. He just can't afford anything else, or he just can't take up. He's stuck on Marine Marauder. Oh. Spine just going off. The lurkers are going to go down, but the trades are brutal. Oh my god, the choke point! The choke point is insane. The lurkers, they trade very well against the army. And GG gets called as ByuN is just a meat grinder. GG Solar, he will claim the series 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG, well played. Solar, he does claim the series, does advance on into the next round. Again, ByuN had a very strong start, but the run by the counterattack of Solar won him the game. I'm referring to the counterattack that hit the mineral line, which was at home, and did trade for quite nicely. Did trade quite nicely against ByuN. That was the moment that ByuN lost momentum, and that ByuN lost the game. GG. GG, well played. With that, Solar does advance on into the next round, and he already has his next opponent. Exclamation mark B in the chat. Have a look at the back yourselves. As we are nearing the end of the broadcast, we have 2 series left, 2 matches to go. As up next, we have herO. herO takes down Gerald 2-1, win all the way to the ace match, but herO, he's waiting for the winner of this series. It's going to be herO versus Solar in the upper semis. Meanwhile, we have MaxPax, he takes down Percival 2-0. Dark takes down Bunny 2-0, and we have MaxPax versus Dark in the lower semis as well. So both semifinals are going to be occurring, and we are going to be following Solar into his match. We're going to be following him into herO. Not going to be easy. Solar, he has defeated herO as of late, but I do still favor herO coming into this. Not going to be an easy one here for Solar. It's going to be clutch, going to be intense. Look forward to it. Do look forward to it here. As we are going to be setting up. If you want to tune into Dark versus MaxPax, I believe that's being covered by Pig. I think Pig is casting that series, maybe Enki. Yeah, Enki is. El Hermoso, papi. Oh my god. But looks like they're in game 1. Yeah, MaxPax versus Dark. They're in game 1. And game 1 is on Amygdala. So an intense game on Amygdala. We are going to be going on a break though. We're going to be going on a short break. Just catching up in the chat. The Planet Club was brutal. Was brutal. Was brutal. Ironically, I'm not sure I've ever seen ByuN try Hyperflight Rotors. I think there was a moment in time a couple of years ago, I want to say 2022, when I almost said Bomber. I want to say TY, ryung, Maru, and ByuN as well. They were mixing in a more like a different variation on Battle Mech. I want to say this is 2022. Maybe beginning of 2023, I think 2022, where they had a variation of Battle Mech, which was with Hyperflight Rotors, with Mass Banshee, eventually into Cyclone Hellion. But ByuN, he was playing around with that build at the time. It was really trendy. It was just really trendy at the time amongst the Korean Terran players. But yeah, outside of that, like it's a very niche build, or it's a really niche upgrade. Like even when playing mech, like Hyperflight Rotors is a very niche style. Nowadays, I want to say that only ryung and Gumiho, I think they probably get into that the most, but even then, it's still rare for them. Still a rare sight. But, you know, it has its place. With that, we are going to be going on a break, though. We're going to be going on a break, again, at MaxPax and Dark mid-series. We are going to be jumping into Solar versus herO after the break. See you soon. See you soon, papi. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semi-finals or semi-finales of the PiGosaur Monday number 23. It's been an intense tournament so far. We are nearing the end. We have 2 matches left. We have our upper semis and, of course, the grand finals thereafter. And we're jumping into game 1. Jumping into Starchild. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Starchild, we have the red Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss. It is herO. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our Protoss versus Zerg. As we jump into our PvZ, here we go. And again, coming into this series, Solar has been on fire as of late. If you've been watching StarCraft over the past 2 weeks, you would know that Solar, he has recently been beating players like herO, like MaxPax, like Clem. The best players in the world have fallen to Solar. I would say that right now, Solar, he is looking better than he has in a very long time. When I say a long time, I want to say that Solar, he's looking better than he has in the past at least 8 months. Like, I want to say like even like during EWC, like maybe. It's been a while. It's been a while. Solar, he has been in a bit of a slump. He has been struggling over the past couple of months during the off-season, but it seems like Solar, for whatever reason, he has been back on that grind as of the past couple of weeks, back on that grind, back in that intensity here of just non-stop StarCraft, and Solar, he's been reaping those rewards. Solar has been very much so getting better and better results here. It's been amazing to see his growth. He already took down ByuN. Despite that, despite, you know, the fact that I'm in a way like hyping Solar up, I'm like, yo, he's looking better than he has in a long time. Like Solar, he's looking in form, he's looking amazing right now. That is all true. He is still up against one of, if not the best Protoss in the world. He's still up against herO. Like herO, he's still terrifying. herO, he's still favorite, I would say. Favorite to win the entire tournament. There's a reason why herO is the #1 seed of this event. So it's like, on the one hand, Solar, he's amazing. He's looking really good right now. herO, that's it. One of the best Protoss in the world. Like, the best offline Protoss player in the world. True, true. So we'll see. We'll see how this goes. Personally, I would love to see an ace match. I'd love to see a game 3, but it comes down to our 2 players here. For now, Stargate open out of herO, standard stuff. Stargate to Oracle, enjoy third base. Welcome one all to Starchild. Starchild is one of the larger maps. The map pool, large, very macro map as well. Very defendable third base, 4 base setup. The 5th base is where things can get a little bit more scary, and you are spread thin between 5 bases, but your 4 base setup is relatively secure. Now, when it comes to herO's style here, he can be very diverse. That's what makes him so terrifying. But for the most part, especially on these larger maps, herO, he is happy to play macro, to get a third base, to get into Blink Stalkers, get into aggression, and then transition into Sky Toss. herO, he is willing to do so. We'll see if we head into Sky Toss here on Starchild. This map would lean towards that kind of, that more kind of longer later game. We'll see if we get there. Meanwhile, when it comes to Solar and when it comes to Zola's EVP, he has been hyper aggressive. Again, if you've been watching Solar in his EVPs over the past 2 weeks, you know we've been seeing all-ins. We've been seeing a lot of all-ins, a lot of aggressive timing attacks out of Solar, whether it's on 2 bases, 3 bases, or even not just 3 bases, really. Solar has been very decisive, which is also why I don't know if I do think that Solar's going to have a bit of a harder time here on Starchild if he were to be more aggressive. Speaking of herO, he takes his third base into Forge, into Twilight Council, into +1, and Blink. Standard follow-up out of herO. I just realized I haven't casted herO in a PvZ in like 2 weeks. It's been a while. I kind of miss it, not gonna lie. I mean, we don't cast many Zerg players to begin with, which is probably why we haven't seen much of his PvZ, but yeah, happy to embrace it here. Meanwhile, Solar, he does go for a Ling Run-By. We spoke about his aggressive nature before, and he does attempt to surround, but we have plenty of adepts in position, and the herO does defend. Meanwhile, very early Lair from Solar. Now, with a Lair this early on, I'm leaning towards one of 2 things as gases are being taken. Either rushing into Hydras, so Ling Hydra out of Solar, or this could be rushing into Spire into Muta tech. Now, Mutas would be quite risky. On a large map, you can get away with it. I'm going to lean more heavily towards Hydras, though. We'll see which one he goes for, Hydras or Mutas. Meanwhile, Lings there to engage. They shut this down. At the same time, Oracle dips in towards that mineral line. 3 drone kills, not bad. Oracles do, oh my, 2 barely survive. Barely not. 1 Oracle goes down. Not a bad pick off there by Solar. Nice defense. Does defend, it does hold, shuts down the Adepts, goes for another counterattack. Back at home, there are Stalkers here to hold on. And there it is, we have our tech of choice. It is indeed the Hydra Den. Again, it's just really difficult to go into Muta play from Ling specifically in this matchup. So it is going to be Ling Hydra. Now, what I find really interesting about this is that typically if we're playing Ling Hydra, we would see something by now. What would we see? Evo Chamber and +1 melee. The fact that there is no Evo Chamber, the fact that there is no upgrade, is leading me to believe that Solar's going for an all-in. That Solar, I mentioned before that 3 base all-ins he's been very fond of. What I'm referring to, 4th base just for Larva, maxing out on Ling Hydra into a Ling Hydra all-in. This is not uncommon. It's not uncommon in this matchup. We actually see this more often on smaller maps. I don't know how well this is going to do here on a larger map. And again, I'm still assuming it's going to be an all-in just because there are 0 upgrades. As Hydras are amassing, herO does push through the center. Solar does catch out, does not catch out the Stalkers. And yeah, Solar is going all in. If you notice, he isn't just making Hydras, making more Lings. Solar, he is about to finish his 4th base, but no saturation. He's not even at full saturation on 3 bases. Again, he's just under that. That's going to be all or nothing for Solar. Just massing up Ling Hydra. And one way or another, the game is going to end. Either he breaks herO or he dies trying. herO poking in. Here he doesn't realize how much danger he's in. He will kill the queens, but more importantly, here he scouts. He sees no drones. No drones at the 4th base. No saturation. Here he can always recall. Does snipe the queens. And here comes the all-in. Solar knocking down that 3rd. No shield batteries. Here comes that recall. Boys are being pulled. Hydras are on top of the Stalkers, and Solar, he's breaking through. He's breaking through this army. Trades very well against these Stalkers. And it looks like herO, he's going to be broken. The Stalkers, they go down one after the other, and this 3 base all-in is overwhelming. It's overwhelming herO. herO caught with his pants down. He was not ready for this. He was not expecting it all-in. He did scout the lack of drones, but alas, was still not ready for it either. He had seconds to respond. And with that, the 3rd goes down, and we have double Robot, double Colossus. Jesus, so greedy. Double Colossus production. GG gets called. It's too little, too late, and Solar takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. And this is how Solar has been winning his ZVPs as of late. Again, over the past 2 weeks, if you've been missing his ZVPs against herO and MaxPax, we expect these kind of all-ins, we expect this kind of aggression here. It is how he's been beating MaxPax and herO with these strong timing attacks, catching them off guard. And so far, so good. herO does take a lead. Sorry, Solar takes a lead. And we'll see if herO can recover. We'll see if he can play a little bit safer here. Oh, as we have our next map. Gonna be loading into El Dorado. Ooh, now, El Dorado is a smaller map. It's a smaller map in the map pool. Shorter rush distance by ground. So we could see some Roach-based play. True, we could see like Roach Ravager all-ins. We could see Dropper Lords. Is short rush distance by air. We could see a Roach opener into Mutas. We were bringing up Mutas earlier, how it can be difficult to get into Mutas from just purely Ling. Like Lings into Mutas isn't really a thing here in this matchup, but Roach into Muta is. So we'll see. As for the time being, spawning in the bottom right hand corner of El Dorado, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Falcons, leading the series 1-0. It is Solar. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. It is herO. Here we go. as here it comes in with the probe scout, and the most important thing initially here on El Dorado is where does Solar expand? Ooh, Solar, he's setting up for the linear third. Solar, he's not mining through these patches. Solar, he's not taking the triangular third base. Not yet. Yeah, Solar, he tries to dive in, is going to be denied, takes the linear third. So Solar, he expands vertically. He expands away from herO, so already this means this will not lead into a Queen Walk across the map. This is not going to lead into a Roach Ravager based all-in. I mean, I guess we could see like Nidus play, but this does look more macro based initially. Once we get into the early to mid game, we'll see if Solar skips his Roach Warren again. If he skips his Roach Warren, then most likely going to be Ling Hydra. If he goes for the Roach Warren, then there is potential for Muta play. We'll see how Solar does execute his build. Meanwhile, across the map, herO going gate into Cybercore into expansion. A bit of a safer opener out of herO. He delays his Nexus. I mean, hero's down in the series, so just playing very safe. Very safe play out of herO. Overlord just safe play. Overlord does zip in, gets the scout off. Confirms nothing too crazy going on. I mean, just the opener. And we'll see the take of choice from herO. He does have his pylon here in the main. Our eyes are open for a Stargate opener. Now Solar droning up, he pulls out a gas, there we go, Stargate is on the way. So far, standard stuff here out of herO. Outside of the fact that he delayed his expansion for earlier Adepts, Adept is moving out earlier than normal, herO, with that, he can actually be slightly more aggressive. Gets a Ling. Takes down a Zergling, threatens a Shade into the main. Does commit. Gets a second drone, not bad. 2 drone kills already, and again, this Adept is earlier than normal. We have the second Adept as well. They can, of course, one-shot drones. This can get out of hand. Solar's trying to keep up. This Adept's have forced to shade away. Solar's holding. Holding on, it's going to be an Oracle opener. Solar, he will confirm with the Overlord. Does get into the main base. Does confirm. Does confirm. Earlier Twilight, oh, that's a Twilight Council before the third. Here's being aggressive. He's being more aggressive. This screams Glaive Adepts. This could be early Blink. True. I mean, it is herO. herO, he is known to get into earlier Blink from time to time, so herO has options. Glaives would be more aggressive. Blink is to gain map control. It's gonna be Blink. We have the answer. So early Blink out of herO. Now, essentially, this blink timing is very fast. It's a really fast blink timing. Because of that, herO, he can try to be a little bit more aggressive early on. The downside of this build for herO is that he won't have a Forge and he won't have +1, or it's going to be delayed +1 out of herO, as he is getting a third base. So this is not an all-in from the side of herO, but it is very aggressive, and he needs to get value with this, otherwise he will fall behind. As his upgrades are heavily delayed, we do have the safety Roach Warren from Solar, so Solar, he's not going Ling Hydra. But does he have any Lings at home to defend? Drones are going to be going down, and no Lings to defend. This is getting out of hand. 4 drone kills already, and herO is getting out of hand. He's getting out of control. Now going into the main base, denying more mining time, shading into the third, getting more drones, getting up to 8, 9 drone kills. 10! Oh my god, just barely not. But 9 drone kills is already just a bit too much. Already getting out of control. Here come those Blink Stalkers. See how building up back at home. The Blink is almost done. Oracle hits the mineral line. Again, no spores, punishing the greed out of Solar. Solar trying to bust down that front door. Once again, Solar, no Evo Chamber. No Evo Chamber. Gets one Stalker. It's still not an amazing trade. Doesn't get the other. Doesn't get the other Stalker. herO moving out. Behind this, now going into delayed +1 in charge. But he has Blink, and that's going to be good enough to poke in. To poke in, to pick off Queens, to force a response. And Solar isn't, I was going to say he's in a rough position. With that, GG gets called too many losses. Solar, he will tap out, and we are getting into the ace match. Whew, GG, very, very successful aggression there from herO. Again, herO, he was able to just pull Solar apart with the depths. He was able to deal game-winning damage, and it was a 1-2 punch. The depths, they really set herO up for success, and then Solar, he had no answers to Blink Stalkers. So Solar, he was just pulled apart. He got away with greed. Oh, sorry, he didn't get away with greed. He got punished for it. With that, GG. GG, well played. We are going to the ace match, and we'll see if we... Oh, I'm curious as to what map we're going to load into. Do we load into another small map, which can favor that aggressive style, or a larger map instead? And we can already see herO just kind of changing his pace here. After game 1, which was more standard on a larger map, here, give herO a smaller map and he will be in your face. He'll be in your face, he will punish you, he will kill you. Here we go. Oh boy, next game is going to be on Talisman, one of the more unorthodox maps in the map pool. I can see herO being hyper aggressive here as well. I can see aggression on Talisman. Let's go. So we are jumping in. Talisman, of course, is one of the old TLMC maps from TLMC 17-ish. So one of the older maps in the map pool. Has a very unique way to expand, and we'll see how herO will expand. We'll see if he does take the forward base, and if he's going to be in the face of Solar. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Talisman, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player from South Korea. Tying up the series 1-1, it is herO. We go. As here, he's setting up for the natural expansion. Okay, so here he's going for the natural. Why I bring this up is because it is not uncommon to see Protoss players wall off the ramp and take the forward hybrid base instead. There is a hybrid expansion available here to both players, and Solar, he's going right for it. Okay, does take the forward expansion. Does make sense. So Solar is in a way being more aggressive, being more greedy here. And we'll see if herO can punish this greed. Sorry, just stretching. Cannon rush. Oh my god. It's gonna be getting into forge into cannon rush out of herO. We'll see if Solar can engage here. The pylon is in a really good position, and alas, herO, he can go back into this. As the pylon is done. Only 2 drones so far, but they're in position. Probe is coming in. And the cannons are soon to be thrown down. This was a late cannon rush, by the way. Again, it was a delayed forge. There we go, cannons down the way. Oh, herO doesn't get surrounded. Whew, does pull out in time. But it's too late. I'll be honest, the cannon rush, it's so late, it's so delayed. Lings are in production, queens are on the way. I don't see these cannons finishing. And Solar, he should be able to shut this down. There we go, takes down one, and he should get the other. Lings have arrived, going for that Zealot. Drones are here to support. I mean, we are getting drone kills, but there's the kill on the cannon, and now here at Solar, he defends. And he has the gold base as well. He has gold minerals. Yeah, Solar in a much better position. herO late expansion because of the cannon rush. This was not worth it for herO. I appreciate that what he was attempting to do, but again, it was just a really late setup. It felt like herO, he was improvising. It felt like he was just trying to react to the situation and wasn't quite able to. Alas, with that, maybe the pylon had gone unscattered, right? Like, if the pylon had gone unscattered, then maybe, but Solar, he saw it so early on. He shuts down the pylon, shuts down the proxy. Link speed is on the way, and hero's in trouble. herO, he's in a lot of trouble. The wall is not a wall. It's a very awkward setup here. He's going to have to, yeah, there we go. Second pylon in the wall. Is trying to secure himself. Behind this Solar, just droning on up. Adepts, they do get into the main. herO, Solar, he's going to be able to keep up. He does force the shade. Third base now being taken. Solar expanding towards herO. I think herO has a chance to recover. He does have a chance to recover, of course, but the biggest problem with the game state is that, one, herO is behind economically. Two, hybrid base. Like, this isn't just your standard natural. There are gold minerals as well, plus another pair of gold mineral patches. Like, this is not your regular failed cannon rush position. It's even more dire than that. So Solar, he's looking quite good here. herO, he has to do this. He's going for his Twilight Council before expanding, so very committed. We saw that last game this led into early Blink. This time this can lead into early Glaives. So herO, he's committed on 2 bases. And herO, he needs to do something about the economic state of Solar. What's it going to be? Glaives or Blink? What do you have for us? What do you got? Twilight Council is done. Shows the upgrade. We have a Gateway Explosion, yep, Glaives. So it's going to be 4 gate Glaives here from herO. Now, if Solar's too greedy, as we do get 3 drone kills, not bad. Get 3, 4, 5. Oh my god, 5 drones go down. Speaking of greed, Solar, he skipped the Spore. He skipped the Spore Crawler, so damage is being done. There is a Spore in the main base, but not at the natural. Likewise, Solar is going for the safety Roach Warren at least. Does recognize that there's no expansion. Yeah, he's checking. Checking for expansions, sees that there is none. He needs roaches. Now, unlike on other maps, because of the terrain, Solar cannot wall. Like, he cannot wall these areas off. He cannot wall the Adepts out of the main base, or the natural, or the third. Like, SimCity just isn't really possible here. So, because of that, herO, he's going to have more free reign. He's going to have a little flexibility with his army. herO, he has potential. He has potential to pop off. Like, just because of the entrances in the mineral lines, like, there's just no way to wall this area up. Technically, you can wall on the high ground, I guess, here on the ramp, I guess. As the Adepts, they threaten another shade. More Adepts are building up. Likewise, as time goes on, Solar is building up his roach count. Here he does get a roach. 1, 2 roaches going down, not bad. We still have a couple of key roaches. Oh, Clutch Transfuse! Gets 1 off, but last 2 more roaches go down. Nice PiGosaur here by herO. He does rotate, head towards the main, but Lings are in position. Solar, he's ready for this. Solar is ready. He will lock this down. Adepts, they commit into the natural. Roaches are in position, and herO, he's being shut down here. Just not enough economic damage. herO did trade against roaches, but didn't really get any worker kills. Not enough worker kills here. Behind this, herO is expanding, and herO, he's trying to catch up on upgrades, going for his own Fortune +1, but +1 is late, so is the third. herO needs more damage. Shades into the natural. He's getting locked down. 5 drone kills, not bad. It does get 5, 6 workers even. So this is okay damage, but gold minerals. That's still the X factor here, and it still makes it difficult to really securely say that herO has done enough damage because of those gold mineral patches. I say that. Ooh, more drones going down. Okay, very nice. 14 drone kill. Oh my god. And Solar's all in. Solar, he's all in. His economy has been crippled. It's all or nothing. Roaches are moving forward. It catches out the Stalker. And herO, does he go for the base trade? He does. Let's go. We're going for the base trade. Solar, he falters. He turns around. He turns around. He races back home. I mean, Solar does get into the mineral line. Probes are going down, but Adepts are committed to the mineral line as well. There are Lings waiting. Lings are waiting. Bile does connect. Boys pull away. Solar, he does react well. Does react very well so far. Lose the queen. Lose the queen. We'll lose a handful of workers. herO still has a greater economy. And the highway continues. God, boy, there's just so many Adepts. They just keep shading. They just keep shading past. Doesn't commit. Not this time. Still very tense. Still very close. So, like, he has to break this expansion at least. Ooh. Does miss a shot. Does miss a shot. You can see Solar once again racing back home. Does leave a couple of roaches behind here to try to deal with the economy. But not quite in the mineral line. Gets the pylon. There we go, now getting economic damage. Likewise, the Adepts, they get more. He's doing it. herO, he's doing it. He's done it at this point. Without the 20 workers, Solar, he can no longer afford to replace his army. Solar, he's running out of gas, running out of minerals. Solar, he is broke. He still has a massive roach force, but he has to end the game with this push. He cannot keep turning around. The longer this goes on, the better it's going to be for herO. As herO just keeps avoiding the main army, just keeps shading across. Oh, we'll lose an Oracle. Oracle goes down. Solar, it looks like he's had enough. Which means he will lose his army back at home. Ravager gets targeted down. Solar going for the Cyber Core. Smart pickup. But it might just be too late. It might be too little too late here. Adepts, they're in the third base, they're in the main. Natural is falling. In a head-on fight, who do we favor? 21 roaches. We have to favor Solar here if the armies clash. That's a big if, though. No Void Ray. Yo. I mean, there are queens, but you could try to abuse that. The limited anti-air. Back at home, 8 drones for Solar. He has no economy, but it may not matter. He might have enough. Solar, he's going for the kill. Can he do it? The Wiles. Oh my god, Wild connects. Stalker got locked down. Solar pushing in. Star stepping into the mineral line. Boys are being pulled. The Wiles. Oh my god, Bar doesn't connect. But it looks like Solar, it looks like he may have just barely done it. Looking at the unit tab, 16 roaches remaining. 16 roaches. There's no hidden tech, there's no dark shrine, there's no DTs, there's no void ray. And it looks like Solar, he has other things are looking very shaky. So herO, he did an amazing job here at recovering, at trying to force back the army time and time again, crippling the economy. That was impressive, but still not enough. I mean, the problem here is the rush distance, right? From third base to third base, I mean, we're on the same screen. So the rush distance by ground is insanely short. So despite the time that herO was buying, it didn't matter. Did not matter in the end. herO down to 4 probes. GG gets called, and Solar, he will take the series 2-1. He will eliminate herO from the tournament. GG. Whew. Oh my god. GG, well played. At a certain point, Solar, he said, screw it. He said he just gave up on the economy, gave up on his workers. He just committed to the all-in. He sniped the Cyber Core, broke into the bases, and in a head-on fight, herO could not actually take down Solar. herO had a lot of Adepts. He was doing a lot of economic damage, but against Mass Roach, the Adepts, they could not hold their own. They could not fight that army head-on. GG. GG, well played. Whew, Solar does claim the series, does advance on to the grand finals. And it looks like Solar has his next opponent. Here we go. We are heading over to the Americas region. MaxPax takes on Dark 2-1. Impressive performance there by Dark. Dark, again, he's been very inactive as of late, but if you were watching the podcast, Dark, he did recently, I want to say he 4-0'd MaxPax, was it in the Soup Show matches? But Dark, he recently had a crazy performance against MaxPax. Sorry, it might have been 4-2. Yeah, 4-2, not 4-0. It was 4-2 over MaxPax in that best of 7. Here went to the ace match as well. It's been impressive despite the fact that Dark has been very inactive, is still threatening MaxPax. MaxPax still saved in the end, and that means that we avoid the mirror matchup finals. We do avoid the mirror matchup. And we're getting ready for our best of 5. Best of 5 CVP. Videos are underway. Oh. And we're setting up. Just catching up in the chat. Oh, so close, very close game. Very close. Look like a Dark vs. Hero game. Yeah, I mean, just to emphasize once again what we mentioned at the start of the series and what how Solar has been approaching this matchup. Solar has been very aggressive. He's been all-inning almost every ZVP. Almost every ZVP, it's been all-in after all-in after all-in. Different forms of all-in, like as we saw in Game 1, we saw Solar go for a Ling Hydra-based all-in on Starchild. Game 2, he was denied. If you recall, he was torn apart by Adept, so he didn't really get into his own build in Game 2. And Game 3, he went for a Roach, Ling, Queen walk across the map. So it's been hyper aggression out of Solar, and he's been finding a lot of success. He's been finding a lot of success with that aggressive style. But we'll see how he compares to MaxPax. Again, Solar and MaxPax, they have been going back and forth over the past week. It's been very impressive to see Solar peak in skill and have success here. I would still say, just like the previous series, herO was favored. Here, MaxPax is favored as well, but Solar has been popping off. I will say that now I'm sure that MaxPax is more familiar with Solar's style, with Solar's aggression, so MaxPax, he's most likely going to play this a little bit safer here. I mean, he just got experience, he just got done with Dark, so I'm sure MaxPax is warmed up for the ZVP. Here we go. So MaxPax, he is warmed up, and vetoes are still ongoing. Oh boy. So we're getting ready for those finals. Solar Gaming tonight, yeah. It's been popping off. Now, all I want out of this series is a back and forth, whether it's a Game 4 or a Game 5. That's all I want between Solar and MaxPax, but again, the pressure is on. We'll see where they take us. For now, we're going to be going on a very short break. Very short break. Take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes with the finals. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals, los grand finales here of the PiGosaur Monday number 23. We have finally made it. Again, it's been an... Oh, never mind. Oh no. Did we miss Pig? I invited him. No. We're probably gonna have to Yeah. Okay, we will remake, all good. But yes, it's been an intense tournament so far. It has been an intense back and forth, and alas, we finally made it to our top two, to our top two players. While we've been following Solar for the majority of this broadcast, MaxPax also was working through the lower half of the bracket, quickly going over some of those matches here. MaxPax, who did he go through? MaxPax, he took down PSZ in the first round, he took down Percival, took down Dark as well, so some big names did fall at the hands of MaxPax, and MaxPax, he has now made his way into those grand finals. Actually, can I clean this up a little bit? Bam, there we go. So we have our top two, and the question becomes, who is going to... But we are getting into the grand finals, and the question becomes, who is going to win it here in the end? Who is going to claim it? Here we go. Now, it was last week that Solar did defeat MaxPax. I believe he took him down during the, was it Monday Night Weekly? Monday Night Weeklies number 8? Is it number 9? Double checking here. Solar, he took down Clem, took down ByuN, took down herO. That's it. So Solar took down herO. I want to say that Solar defeated MaxPax recently as well. Actually, hold on. I can just have a look at Solar's recent matches. Solar matches. He beat him in Hub Cup. That's it. So Solar did defeat MaxPax in Hub Cup number 7. But that was a best of 3. That was a best of 3. That was a 2-0 here. Likewise, Solar, he also defeated MaxPax during the What Is TV Mondays as well. Also a best of 3. But this is not a best of 3. We are indulging in a best of 5 instead. A longer series, less vetoes are available, of course, to our players. And we'll see if our Zerg player can bring it back, or if the favored player wins it all. Here we go. As in the top right hand corner, we have our red Zerg player. He's been on the rise as of late, representing Team Falcons. It is Solar, the hope of the Zerg. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Danish Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. As a reminder, this is a best of 5, not a best of 3, and we expect aggression out of Solar. I was alluding to it previously when it came to the beginning of the semifinals, how Solar has been hyper aggressive, and you saw that in his series. He all-in the hell out of herO, both in game 1 and in game 3. That is how Solar defeated herO. It was with aggression. It was with all-ins. It was a 3-base all-in in game 1 and a 2-base all-in in game number 2. Sorry, in game number 3 is what I meant to say. In game 2, herO killed Solar before he could get into any kind of all-in. But I would imagine that's how Solar defeated MaxPax previously as well. I would imagine just because we didn't get to see the matches during the Hub Cup. We didn't get to see those games. But what's important is that if that was the case, then MaxPax, he's a little bit more attuned to Solar. He's a little bit more used to him. He's a little bit more aware of his more aggressive tendencies as of late. So we should be seeing very safe play to MaxPax. And hey, MaxPax, he just took down Dark as well. Like, MaxPax, he is very well versed in aggressive Zerg players, at least tonight. He's warmed up. As for now, we do have our initial openers. It's going to be Gate Expanded Cybercore, standard opener here out of MaxPax, going for the Stargates in the main. Again, we expect Stargate play every game of the series. Unlike herO, who did open up Twilight Council from time to time, I don't really expect MaxPax to really deviate too far away from a Stargate style. Meanwhile, Solar back at home. Hatch gas pool. Force take the unnatural natural, now going for his third base, droning up. Even though Solar has been going for all-ins, and that's how he's been winning his matches in ZVP, that doesn't mean he has quirky openers. The opener should be standard as well. Really what we're looking for is the tech of choice. Do we see an early Evo chamber? Do we see an early Roach Warren? Do we see an early Lair? Where is our gas going to be spent initially after Link Speed? Like, that is the big thing that we're looking for. Until then, we're just droning and just defending. It's going to be up to Solar to drone, to maintain his mineral lines, to get away with skipping spores. He has been one to skip spores, and has been getting punished for it. Has been punished. Let's say pick off a couple of lings. But that Solar does keep up. So far, he does keep up. Behind this, droning, saturating. He's got 2 queens here at his natural. He has 1 queen, soon to be 2 queens in the main. Oracle moves out. And the Oracle does save the Adept. Very nice. Adept is saved. Max finding a drone. Takes down a worker, denies some of the larva. We have 1 spore on the way at the natural, no spore in the main. Again, this most likely is going to factor in. As MaxPax, he is trying to make his way into that main base. Does shade into the main, goes to the mineral line. So far gets 1 drone. Gets 2. Gets 2 workers. Spore is late here for Solar, losing another drone. 3 drone kills. And MaxPax gets a 3rd. Now, Solar, we have yet to tech up. I'm a little bit perplexed here. Is amassing some lings. Are we going for a Queen Walk across the map? We are. Okay. I was like, we should have either roaches or a lair or something at this point. It's a Ling Roach all in. So, sorry, Ling Queen all in. Ling Queen all in. The queens are walking across the map. It's going to take them a while to get across the map. That's fair. But we are going to be Ling flooding here, and we'll see if MaxPax can be broken. We'll see if Solar can bring him down. As we mentioned at the start of the series, we expect an all-in every game, I'll be honest, from Solar. We expect a kind of all-in every game. We'd see more Lings moving out, Queens pushing in. Solar, oh, he has decided to drone. This tells us that Solar, he doesn't believe that this is going to work. He doesn't believe that he will break the 3rd base, but Solar, I mean, he was already so committed. Most of these Lings could have been drones. Lair is on the way. Now Solar's taking gases. He's trying to transition. Ugh. And yeah, this isn't really working out too well here for Solar. Crashing into a brick wall. Shield batteries are on the way. He's going for the pylon at least. Pylon does go down. Solar trying to get some economic damage, but he will lose every single queen. And the queens are going down. He does get 1 Oracle. MaxPax, he defends, and GG gets called. GG gets called. MaxPax, he defends against the Link Queen all-in, and MaxPax takes game number 1. Ooh, GG. GG, well played. Again, a bit of an awkward all-in there from Solar. Solar, we saw him, unfortunately, wasn't really too, or I mean, he himself didn't even believe in the all-in. That's why we saw some drones halfway through. That's why we saw gases and a lair, is because Solar was attempting to transition. Solar recognized that it just wasn't going to work. It was just a little bit too awkward. It hit too late as well. And in the end, MaxPax completely shut it down with a handful of oracles and a handful of adepts. More than enough. GG. GG, well played. MaxPax does take a lead, and now we're getting ready for game number 2. Game number 2 is going to be on Ultra Love. Okay, so Ultra Love is also a small map. It's also a small map in the map pool. We have seen Solar go for Drop Lords, to go for 2 base all-ins, Queen Roach across the map. Not Queen Ling, but Queen Roach instead. This does hit a little bit later, does hit with a greater economy, but does hit quite hard. So we have seen Roach Queen all-ins, we've seen Drop Lord or German taxis across the map, Link Queen Nidus as well. But I'm expecting Roach player to solo this time. We'll keep an eye on him as we get into game number 2. we go. So we're getting into game number 2 here. And even though we expect aggression out of Solar, a lot of this is going to come down to the scouting of MaxPax. Will he scout? Will he confirm? Will he be able to figure out what Solar's up to? Whether it's aggression and all-in, or even a macro game. That'd be crazy. We might even see Solar macro at one point in this series. It's possible. Anything is possible. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our blue Zerg player. We have our blue Zerg from South Korea representing Team Falcons. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is Solar. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean, the Danish Protoss player. The Danish Protoss, the red Protoss himself representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. Leading the series 1-0. And we do expect just standard opener, just gateway into expand into Cybercore into a Stargate. We don't really expect MaxPax to deviate. I don't think he needs to. I don't think he needs to open up aggressively because I feel like he'd be playing into Solar's hands. We'll keep an eye on MaxPax. Likewise, this time Solar, he does go for his natural, is able to expand on location without any issue. MaxPax did not probe block or even probe scouts. So Solar, he is allowed to expand. He has been given permission. He can take his natural. Let's go. Let's go. So now gate into Cybercore. Interesting. So early Cybercore here out of MaxPax before expansion. With this is similar to actually game 2 of herO, where herO on El Dorado did overwhelm Solar. Basically, we are going for an earlier adept than usual, and if Solar doesn't take that into account, if Solar doesn't prepare back at home in time, then we could see some early economic damage. So, Cybercore is done, going for the Stargate. I mean, the Stargate is also earlier than usual, true. There's the adept on the way. So MaxPax is being slightly more aggressive here. Solar's not fully aware. For now, he's just droning, getting a third expansion. Open and saturate his bases. Sorry, just stretching. Don't forget to stretch. Don't forget to stretch. Posture check. Posture check in the chat. As we are moving out, here comes our first Oracle. Again, earlier Stargates, Oracle moves out, and back at home, Solar, he does have one Spore on the way in the main. Spore on the way, he has one Queen. Likewise, 2 Queens here at the natural. This should be enough to deflect, should be enough to survive. Solar should be okay. Select the Oracles. Meanwhile, across the map, MaxPax getting into his third base, building up into a greater economy. It's still a little bit too early for tech from Solar, so from here he should just be droning. But within the next 30 seconds, we should be seeing either a lair or additional gases, roach horn. Well, I should say within the next minute. Oracle dips in, denies the Eva, denies the Spore. 2, 3 drone kills here in between the bases, very nicely done. 3 workers go down. Would you see a much later Twilight Council here out of MaxPax? Going for his Twilight Council, going for his tech of choice. No Forge yet, interesting. Are we going into Glaives? Or just into Blink? We'll keep an eye on him. Meanwhile, we have the answer here. MaxPax, he is going lair first. So lair, sorry, solo. God. It's early in the morning, Fatty. We didn't get much sleep. But it is going to be lair first here out of Solar. Now, we see a lair. I don't see an Eva chamber. It does look like something more committed. Ooh, as the Oracle is going to go down. But this should be Ling Hydra. This should be Ling Hydra from Solar. He's taking extra gases. Does take down one of the Oracles. Solar, he's droning up. But this is looking like the all-in that we saw on Starchild. I'm referring to the Mass Ling Hydra all-in off of a 3-base economy with a 4th base just for Larva. That's what this looks like for the time being. The reason why I'm saying this is because there's no Eva chamber. And there's no Roach Warren. There's no Roach Warren, there's no Eva chamber. So we'll see if Solar he goes with the same build that we saw in Starchild, or if he does deviate and go into something crazy like a later Roach Warren or even a Spire. Yeah, there it is, Hydras. So yep, same build. Same build out of Solar. So this should be a 3-base all-in. Solar for now, he's just saturating. Oracles, they head towards the main. Likewise, Solar gets across the map, but there is a shield battery. Shield battery's in position. And Lings, they don't really find any damage. Nice defense here by MaxPax. Yep, +1. Sorry, we have range on the way for Solar, which is the upgrade that Solar did prioritize last time. You can see Solar is drawn up to 64, and Solar should not be making any more drones. No more workers, just purely Ling Hydra. Now, the longer this goes on, the better it's going to be for MaxPax. Time is on his side as MaxPax is taking into +1, Blink, into Temple Archives. Lings, they do threaten to run by. 4th base under fire. And again, Solar, he's not ready for this. The Queen's going to be going down. He gets one. Gets one Queen. Gets a Hydra as well. Barely not. Plus transfuse. Ooh, keeps the Hydra alive. Lings, they do trigger the stasis. Stasis traps are triggered. And again, Solar, he's still amassing nothing but Lings and Hydras, but he's being slowed down early on. And bleeding out a little bit too much. We'll lose another Queen. Stasis, oh, barely doesn't connect. And again, this space is just for Larva. Just for Larva. Solar has been making nothing but Lings and Hydras for the last minute. And he should not stop. We have a Hydra speed now on the way. Getting into the Stalkers. Ling Hydra from behind. Stasis Trap is in position. Ooh. Takes down both Oracles. Very nice. Oh. And Stasis does catch some of the army, but here we go. Solar, he's completely all in. He rallies across the map, takes down the Stalkers. Nice trades out of Solar, and again, there's no more Oracles, there's no more support. So he rotates. Storm is almost done. Oof. Storm is going to be brutal here. Do we have any High Templar? There's one. One High Templar. One Storm. Where's the NG overcharge? There it is. There's the NG overcharge. Storm does connect. Oh my god, brutal connection. Hydras, they get softened up. Second Storm zones away. Same time, Lings into the main base. But MaxPax, he's holding. Yeah, he's barely holding on. Hydras, they're breaking into the 3rd, though. That's a lot of Hydras. The cannon does finish up just in time to go down. Solar, sorry, MaxPax comes in from behind. But looks like Solar, he barely has enough. He takes down the Zealots, gets on top of the Stalkers. Stutter steps forward. And MaxPax, the 3rd base, has been broken. Whew. Despite the storm, Solar, he has too much. He breaks the 3rd. And GG gets called. The all-in does work this time, and Solar ties up the series 1-1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, MaxPax is doing a great job at just slowing down the all-in, but we did see, and likewise, the storms were on point there for MaxPax, but alas, he still was caught out. Specifically, if you remember, the surround. Solar, he surrounded the Stalkers in the center of the map. He was able to shut down, I want to say, like 7 Stalkers. It was insane damage as MaxPax, he got caught with his pants down. Basically, that shows us that MaxPax, I was going to say he wasn't aware of the all-in, but specifically, it was the Oracles. Because the Oracles got sniped, it meant that there were no stasis traps behind the army of MaxPax, or they were limited stasis traps. There weren't additional ones, and that meant that he was vulnerable to the surround. And that surround did end the game then and there. Again, Solar, he was able to catch so many of those stalkers with that surround. GG. GG, well played. Whew. And that leads us into game number 3, and we have a back and forth. We have a back and forth. Now, I don't expect to see this build again. This is the problem with these all-ins, is that you typically don't want to rely on them too heavily in a series. So far, we have seen a Ling Queen all-in in game 1. Here we saw Ling Hydra all-in in game 2. Depending on the map in game 3, I do expect Roaches next. And we could see like a Drop Lord all-in. Looks like game 3 is going to be on El Dorado. Okay, interesting. If Solar expands towards MaxPax, I do expect Roaches, like a Roach Queen Walk. If he expands away, we could see Hydras again, or even Roach into Muta. True. Roach Muta is quite trendy on El Dorado. If you remember, Solar didn't get there in his series against herO just because he died early on. Like Solar, he was just torn apart. But he might get there against MaxPax. Here we go. So we'll see which kind of all-in Solar does whip out this time. And likewise, we'll see if MaxPax can survive it. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of El Dorado, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons. Tying up the series 1-1, making a series out of this, it is Solar. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Danish Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. Here we go. The amount of SC2 knowledge in Light's Mind is boundless. Oh no. I mean, it's just, I said this before, it's just like pattern recognition. Like, I guess, because we cast these players on a daily basis, like, we recognize their tendencies and what they enjoy going for and their styles. Like, again, like, Solar has been all-inning every Protoss for the past 2 weeks. So if you haven't been watching, like, WarDTV Monday or Sparkling Tunic Cup or some of these other online tournaments that we've been casting, then you may not be familiar. But it has been Solar's go-to for the past couple of weeks. So for now, Hatch Gas Pool opener here out of Solar. Opening up standard. And this time he's able to get his natural base on location. Remember, against herO, he was forced into the unnatural natural. And just like the previous game, like the first big tell, we should be seeing just like Hatch Gas Pool droning third base out of Solar. The next big thing we're looking for is which expansion Solar takes. Does he go for the forward third base or the linear third base? Based on his camera hotkey location, looks like he's going for the linear third as he keeps panning over towards it. So it looks like Solar's going for the more safer expansion. And then our next big tell here is where he spends his gas. Does he open up Lair, Roach Warren, or Evo Chamber? Last game it was Lair, which is why we assumed it was going to be a Ling Hydra all-in. But we're not there yet, as Solar is setting up for his expand. And again, he has not been mining those mineral patches. MaxPax back at home at Stargate. Stargate opener out of MaxPax into Oracle. There's that third expansion from Solar. And we're just calming down. We're calming things down. Right now, the name of the game for Solar is to just minimize losses, to keep up with the Adepts as the Adepts are moving out, and to keep up with the Oracle as well. Solar, he has yet to go into the main. Oh, the... Hey, back. Calm down. Ooh, Void Ray. Okay, so on the one hand, Solar has been hyper aggressive this entire, for quite some time now, but MaxPax does open Void Ray, so he does throw a wrench in the works. Void Ray opener here is designed to deny vision, deny scouting, hunt down the overlords, and to keep the Zerg player in the dark. And MaxPax may not play standard this time. He may mix it up. I say he may because we can just go open Void Ray into Double Oracle, into a third base, into +1 and Blink. This could still very much so be a standard game and a standard opener, or we could deviate into some hidden tech, into like a fast fleet beacon, into second Stargate, into Twilight Council without a forge. As vision is being denied. MaxPax does go for the overcharge, does move out, gets his third base. Max actually does threaten Solar. And it's going to be a standard follow-up. Okay, Twilight Council into Forge, into +1 and Blink, standard follow-up out of MaxPax. Does get one drone, not bad. Gets one worker, gets some larva, and does pull out, does pull away. Ooh, meanwhile, the Void Ray comes out of left field. Oh my god, the Void Ray gets a drone. Oh, and we get even more damage here. The Oracle does overextend though. 4 worker kills for an Oracle, not worth it for MaxPax. Better trade for Solar. And lair first. We have the answer here. We have a 5-minute lair, or just before 5-minute lair timing here for Solar. Gas is being taken. Is going for the Roach Warren. Interesting. Now the question becomes, is this a commitment into Roach Ravager, or is Solar opening up Roach and going Roach into Spire into Mutas? So he has options. He has a couple of options. Gases are being taken. Does he go for the Hidden Spire? I mean, Shin is very fond of that. Shin is very fond of Muta play against Protoss. Solar, he mixes it in every now and then. No Evo Chamber. Roach Warren is done. He's taking all of his gases. 5 gases so far. I'm feeling Spire, but we'll see. There's that Roach speed. Lair does complete. And so far, okay, just Roaches. So far, just Roaches. No Evo Chamber does ring alarm bells, though. What that means here, we spoke about 3-base all-ins before, and we did have a Ling Hydra 3-base all-in last game. 4th base is on the way. It's just for Larva. It's an all-in. It's just for Larva. That's why we're amassing so many Roaches. Queens are walking across the map. It's going to be Roach Queen Walk. It's going to be Roach Queen Walk here from Solar. This is more trendy. Did I say Roach Queen Walk? It's going to be the German taxi. Droppalords. Droppalords are on the way. So we have another variation of all-in here from Solar. We have seen different all-ins every game so far in the series. Now we get to experience Droppalords. And the reason why this is so trendy on El Dorado is the short rushes and spike ground. Very short by ground here on El Dorado. And MaxPax, he hasn't confirmed. He has not confirmed what's going on. He saw the 4th, but he hasn't seen the lack of saturation. I do like how proactive MaxPax is being. He's here in the center of the map. Takes over the Zelnaga. He will spot the push, but can he do anything about it? As again, Solar cuts workers at 64. Solar, he has not droned in a long time. He's not making any workers for his 4th. Again, it's just a 3-base all-in. The stasis. Ooh, big connection. Takes down 3 Roaches. But just the 3. Just 3 Roaches, and here we go. Solar commits, comes in for the surround. Denies. He was taking a 4th. Ooh, MaxPax. A bit of a misread. He was getting a 4th base. As Shield Battery is now on the way, MaxPax now realizes how much danger he's in. The Immortal's going to be targeted down. The Immortal will be the first to fall. That's still a lot of Stalkers, though. A lot of Stalkers. Where are the Droppalords? Oh, there we go. As the Queens do jump in, they get dropped off. That's still a lot of Stalkers. They do trade well. We need more Lings. We need more support here for the army. Solar, he does kite back. Meanwhile, the Colossus has arrived. MaxPax, does he have enough? He may just have enough here. Again, really good blink control so far from MaxPax. Stasis goes down. Colossus wreaking havoc from the high ground. These Stalkers, they've been trading very well. And the longer this goes on, the better it is for MaxPax. He just needs a little bit more time. Void Ray goes down. Colossus still raining down here on the main army. Meanwhile, it looks like the side defense is falling. Yeah, it looks like MaxPax, the third base, is looking a little bit dire here. Oof. As he is running out of Stalkers a little bit. Does take some bars to the face. But Ravagers are also exposed. Yeah, he blinks in, goes for the Ravagers. He does get a handful of them. Meanwhile, 2 Colossus, and Colossus has arrived. And MaxPax, he's holding. MaxPax, he's barely holding on. Whew. Shield battery finishes. Boys are being pulled. And MaxPax, he defends. He defends, now he has his 2 Colossus. Pulls back the workers. Oof. Vials connect. And the scary thing here, Solar, he hasn't been droning. There's workers here at the 4th base, but they were transferred. They were transferred because he's running out of mineral patches in the main. Solar, he's still all in. He's still not been droning. He's still trying to kill MaxPax. But we're about to get a 3rd Colossus. And MaxPax, he does it. Again, very nice blink control here. Very nice Sim City. The side defense all came into play. And Solar, he's in a rough position. Remember, he had 0-0. He has no upgrades. He's just now starting +1. He has 0-0 upgrades. He's just now working towards a hive. Again, his drone count is still very lackluster. And MaxPax is in a much better position here. Now, he's keeping his Colossus back home to be safe. He's moving out with the Stalkers. He's got +2. Now starting +3 as Solar's getting into +1. So here we go. Solar does try to catch out the Stalkers. The Colossus, they're ready back at home. Solar working towards Bailings, working towards Vipers. A really shaky transition here from Solar. MaxPax warping into the main. Oof. Does warp in. Zelsa catch reinforcements, getting into the mineral line. At the same time, MaxPax pushing forward into that main army. We're now rotating. Does rotate, will deny some creep. Active Turmeric goes down. MaxPax being very careful here as he gets his 4th. MaxPax does have the better economy. He's ahead economically. And it looks like Solar's getting ready for a 2nd round, for a 2nd all-in. What I mean by that, Solar, he's still not droned. Like, he's still on a very low drone count. And he's massing up Lings. He's massing up pure Ling Bane Roach Ravager. He will have some Viper support. Oh no! Oh, Viper gets sniped. No abduction. And that's what Solar was hoping for. Was for that abduction. Biles, they take down the Colossus. Not bad. Very nice Biles. And again, Solar, the 2nd wave has arrived. The 2nd all-in. This time he does get the Colossus. He gets 1, gets the Immortal, and MaxPax has he overextended. Alas, he has not. MaxPax, he still will take it back across map. Solar, he just lost the mineral line. He lost the mineral line, and he did not have enough to keep going. GG gets called. And with that, MaxPax takes a lead in the series. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, Solar, he was completely all in. He did go for the, this time, kind of like a German taxi, a Roach Queen all in across the map. MaxPax, he defended very, very well. Very strong defense there by MaxPax to maintain the 3rd base. He was so quick to cancel his 4th base, to throw down shield batteries, and to mass up those Colossus. GG. GG, well played. And now MaxPax is 1 game away from taking the series. Now the question becomes, what all-in haven't we seen? So we saw Ling Queen, we saw German Taxi, Roach Queen with Dropper Lords, we saw Ling Hydra. We haven't seen Muta play yet. We haven't seen Nidus play yet. So there's still 2 more options left. Let's still or we could regress into something that we've already seen. Ooh. Which would be the call here. Up next, What are we loading into? The smallest map of the map pool outside of herO. I'm still not entirely certain what's smaller, herO or the other map, Whispers of Gold. Whispers of Gold is a rush map. This is where I feel like Solo's going to be favored. Solo's going to be favored. If he were to go for a Queen Walk or a German Taxi, it gets across the map even faster than on El Dorado. So I feel like this is where Solo can really thrive, and the pressure's going to be on MaxPax. A lot of pressure on MaxPax here. It is not easy to defend on Whispers of Gold. Let's go. 2-base Muta. Unfortunately, 2-base Muta isn't really viable in this matchup. Muta play is more viable on larger maps. I was hoping for it mainly on El Dorado just because of the short rush distance by air, but I believe the larger maps were vetoed. If we were loading into Amygdala, I would say, there's potential for mutas on Amygdala, there's potential for mutas on King's Cove, or Abyssal, or Neon Violet Square, but those maps aren't in the map pool. So, yeah, it's very, very map specific, trying to go into mutas. And again, we have our map. We're loading it. Here we go, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player representing Sidestorm Gaming, leading the series 2-1. He has weathered the storm, weathered 2 all-ins already. He needs to weather 1 more. Can he take the series and be our champion? It is MaxPax. Here we go. And welcome one and all to Whispers of Gold. Again, the rush distance by ground is very short on this map, especially when you knock down these rocks. Depending on where you've expanded, but you can knock down these rocks, you can reduce the time it takes even further to get from base to base, so you can commit even harder. Solo going for the unnatural natural expands on the right hand side. On top of that, outside of the rush distance by ground, the expansions are a lot more wide open, as opposed to other maps like Ultra Love or even Ley Lines, depending on which expansion you take. Here on Whispers of Gold, the bases are more open. There's no narrow choke point or narrow ramp to defend. The ramp here is very open at the triangular third. There's also this area here that is accessible once you knock down those rocks, so it is easier to get a concave on the defending player. So much easier to get a concave here. Likewise here at the linear third base, also once you knock down these rocks, or even before that, like the opening here is a little bit more open, or it's a little bit more accessible. Likewise, you can actually pick and attack this third base, or go straight down the middle towards the natural instead, which also doesn't have a ramp, right? There's like no ramp, there's no choke point, likewise no ramp here. So these bases are more difficult to defend against these all-ins, against aggressive styles. So that's why we often see a lot of aggression on Whispers of Gold. And I'm assuming that's kind of the direction that we're going to be heading in, but we'll see. We'll see. You know, don't want to get ahead of myself for now. Hatch gas pool, we're droning, we're saturating. We'll see if MaxPax shakes up his opener. We already saw a Void Ray opener last game, which was a little bit different. And we could see MaxPax mix it up, but no, never mind, going for the Stargate. Stargate opener out of MaxPax. Still has the option to go for a Void Ray initially instead of Oracle, but based on the rally, it should be an Oracle opener. It should be. From the side of Solar, once again, we are waiting for the initial tech. Last game, we did have also a 5-minute lair. It was a 5-minute lair with a Roach Warren, and we confirmed that it was only for Roach speed. I was hoping that maybe it would be for mutas, but no, it was just for Roach speed, just for the all-in. I say just for Roach speed, it was for Dropper Lords as well, true. It was also with Dropper Lords. So we'll see if we see an early lair, early Roach Warren, or early Evo Chamber. Early Evo Chamber would signify more macro play, because you get into early +1, into +2, into a more Ling-based composition. But I'll be honest, I haven't seen Solo go Evo Chamber first in quite some time. It's been a while. It's been a couple of months. It's been like a month. It's been like a month since Solo's going for that. This was before Solo had found like his likeness to like all-ins. As MaxPax does get one transferring worker, takes down the active tumor, not bad. Let's say shade into the main. Shade in, nice Eva chamber block there from from Solar. Let's go. Does block, does shut down both adepts. Very nice defense. Does lose a couple of workers, but that was worth it here for Solar. Trades 2 for 2. 2 adepts for 2 workers. Better trade for Solar. Lings, they do move out. It does force the Oracle to stay back at home. At least the first Oracle. Second one moves out to Scout. And will once again punish the lack of Spore. Gets another drone. Oh, true. Eva Shaper first. Let's go. Let's go. As Solar's just droning. Just setting up in his bases. Standard follow-up out of MaxPax. We do have the Forge and Twilight Council into +1 and Blink. Ooh, and once again, 5-minute lair. 5-minute lair timing here out of Solar. So is going lair first. My eyes are on this drone. Yep, lair into Roachhorn. So far, this is the same opener that we saw last game. So far, the same build. Now, if you recall, this led into a 5-gas setup. What do we have? 2 gases in the main base, 1 here at the natural, and yep, 2 more gases here at the third. So 5 gases. 5 gases. This is the same build, which means I'm leaning towards, once again, a German taxi. Once again, a Roach Queen all-in across the map. Getting a 4th base just for Larva. Likewise, no Eva chamber, no upgrades. So same build 2 games in a row. At least that's what it looks like for the time being. We could see Solar drone and take another gas and try to set up for a longer game. Could try to. Speaking of the Lings, they do get into the mineral, not bad. Yeah, Worker's going to be going down. MaxPax out of position. Meanwhile, he's across the map instead. Ooh, trading drone for drone. Worker for worker. 6 drone kills for 5 probes. And Solar, he does take a 6th gas geyser. As we mentioned, he didn't stay on 5. He gets a 6th gas geyser. He throws out an Evo chamber, a Hydroden. We're macroing Pappy. Let's go. For the first time this series, we are not going for the all-in. We're building up into Roach Hydra, and most likely Solar, he will drone up his 4th. Let's go. Now, I will say that his upgrades are going to be late. That is true. This does feel like a response after losing all those drones and after getting some damage. Like Solar, he's like, you know what? Let's back off for a moment. Let's build up. As MaxPax does break out, applying some pressure. Solar, he hasn't drawn up the 4th, by the way. He is getting into Roach Hydra, don't get me wrong. But this looks like a Dark build. Dark, he's quite fond of cutting workers early and just going Roach Hydra, just committing to an all-in as well. As Stalkers, they trade so well against these Roaches. Trying to focus them down, clutch transfuse. But Roaches are falling, and Solar is losing too much. He's bleeding out far too much here. And GG gets called. Yeah, he will lose every single Roach available. With that, MaxPax, he overwhelms the army. Before Solar could tech into Hydras, could tech and actually get into a 4th base, he's toppled over. He's toppled over here and now. GG gets called, and MaxPax will take the series 3-1. GG, well played. MaxPax, he will take the series. And again, this isn't like MaxPax, he was all in, not at all. But because of Solar's build, Solar, he was mid-transition. He was trying to tech up, investing resources into units that were not going to help him, investing resources into Hydras, into upgrades, into everything else. Alas, that was the moment that Solar was the most vulnerable. He was very vulnerable. MaxPax, he moved out and he was able to break Solar then and there. Behind this, MaxPax, he was getting into charge. He was taking gases. He had no 4th base, so in that sense, he was a little bit more committed. But, I mean, that's Whispers of Gold, right? We spoke about how aggressive you can be on this map, and MaxPax, he overwhelms. Does overwhelm. GG, well played. Ooh, MaxPax, he will take the series and will be our champion. Congratulations. Congratulations here to MaxPax. My condolences to Solar. He did play well, making it this far. Remember, Solar, he took down herO and ByuN to make it to the finals. And even here in the finals, did make a series out of it. But in the end, was overwhelmed. In the end, does fall. GG. GG, well played. I'm sure Solar can step away with his head held high after making it to the finals. And with that, MaxPax, he can now go to bed. He can now get some sleep. He can now get some rest. GG, well played. As I know it's quite late in Europe. It is, hold on, Denmark time. It is 5 a.m. 5 a.m. in the morning here. Peak gaming time for MaxPax. But now he can get some sleep. Oh. Here we go. Sleep is a real winner for every caster and pro player here. True. That's what we all want, papi. That's what we all want. We just want some sleep. We want some bed, papi. GG. No. See in the chat, isn't Stargate the hard counter to Roach and Spire? No. Stargate openers are more standard. They're designed to just scout, to get scouting information, to harass. You can still play Roach or even play Spire despite the Stargate opener. Definitely. It's all good. You can still play it out. But with that, GG. With that, GG well played. Hope you'll enjoyed yourselves. With that, we are wrapping up for our broadcast for the day. Switching our scenes over, let's catch up on our schedule here, as we have a very intense schedule. We just wrapped up with our Tuesday broadcast, and we have basically a mission statement. No, we have a goal here, a New Year's resolution, and that is to have at least half a day off every week. So we have at least half a day off, and when I say half a day off, that's really just a day to stream ladder and to play other games. So so Tuesday is that day this week. Usually it's like Wednesday or Thursday, but we have the Rex March Madness, so Wednesday and Thursday we have to commit. But yes, we have half a day off here on Tuesday, so that is going to be the only broadcast for the day. Tomorrow we're going to be live with the HSL. If you're curious, what is the HSL? The HSL is the Hispanic Star League. That is essentially a GSL for the Spanish-speaking community. I say specifically Hispanic and I say Spanish-speaking because this includes Spain. Like players from Spain and players from Latino America are going to be facing off in the HSL, so do look forward to that. We're going to be covering Group A and Group B on Wednesday, Group C on Thursday, and Group D on Friday. So group stage of HSL is going to be this week. In the evenings, we have the Rex March Madness. If you haven't been aware, Rex, the Taiwanese Zerg player, he has been doing a lot of content, he's been casting and streaming a lot, and he has organized a tournament. Qualifiers were last week, and we have some amazing players here in the Rex March Madness. We have Gerald, we have, oh wait, no, we don't have Zero. We have Clem, we have MaxPax, we have herO, we have Zaun, we have Shin, Solar as well, ByuN, and Cure. So we have some amazing lineups here. We have 3 Protoss, 3 Terran, and 2 Zerg. They're going to be facing off in the Rex March Madness. Best of luck, best of luck. We went over this during the podcast, and yo, feels bad, man. It is Solar surrounded by Protoss. Solar is in the same group as Zaun, MaxPax, and herO. I would say Solar, he's in the same group as the 3 best Protoss players in the world right now, and Shin is in the same group as 3 Terrans, as Clem, Cure, and ByuN. So, Rex, what are you doing, mate? What are you... you're torturing your Zerg brethren, papi. Rex. Just throwing Solar and Shin to the wolves, papi. Just throwing them to the Terran and Protoss, and we'll see if they make it out of the group stage. Best of luck, best of luck. We had our predictions during the podcast. I do recommend checking it out if you want to hear our thoughts on the events of the weekend, upcoming matches. But we do have that here over Wednesday and Thursday. We have the podcast on Friday. That is our weekly talk show where we go over all the results of the week and any news. Of course, last week we were going over IEM Krakow. We were going over, of course, Maru's discharge was the week before that. We were going over the Loco interview. Yes, Loco, he had an interview. Likewise, went over Lambo's recent video talking about Zerg. And of course, all the events of the week as well, all the tournaments. So if you want to check out our thoughts, then do check out the VOD of the podcast. Meanwhile, we have KSL on Saturday, we have MSO on Saturday, and Sunday we have 4 events. I will reiterate here though that we will most likely be canceling one of those events. The reason for it is it would be nice to sleep. It would be nice. It would be nice. We are overbooked on Sunday, so on Sunday we will have to remove one of those. Most likely going to have to remove the host open. So we're going to have to reschedule the host open. We're a little bit overbooked. There's a lot of StarCraft. There's a lot of StarCraft. I've said this before, but we are turning down events to cast because there's just so much going on and just so much to cover. And it would be nice to have some time to sleep. You know, it would be nice. So, yeah, busy week, busy month, as always, here on the CranKy Ducklings. As always, plenty of casting, plenty of StarCraft. If you enjoy the content, then do check us out on the social medias. Do check us out on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord, all things CranKy Ducklings. If you see something here that you like, if you want to watch it, but you can't watch it live, check us out on YouTube. We have YouTube, we have VODs uploaded on a daily basis, plenty of content on YouTube. So, again, it's hard to watch everything. Because there's just so much StarCraft going on, so VOD content is the way to catch up. The way to catch up on StarCraft. Otherwise, thank you so much. Let me play with your kitties for subscribing for 11 months with Twitch Prime. Almost a year of support. Thank you so much. Thank you always for casting. Enjoy your time off. Yes, I will do my best. Do my best. Where are you going to be streaming? On my personal channel. Glad for your success. Sorry for your sleep. I mean, we've always been busy. You know, our work ethic is something that we're proud of. We cast more than any other channel out there when it comes to StarCraft. More than Loco, more than Pig, more than Steadfast, more than Wardy. We cast more than anyone else. We have the quantity. We have a little bit of the quality. A little bit back. A little bit. No. I remember I wanted to see if I could break. I think this was in 2022. Where I think we went like non-stop, like 2 casts a day every single day for like 2 or 3 months, and I could just keep going. But you know, it's nice to like have a little bit of time to do other things, right? To, you know, go outside, to, you know, see the sun. It would be nice. Next week it should be a little bit leaner here. Hopefully coming into April. Looking forward to, you know, easing up a little bit, but for the time being we're just drowning in StarCraft. Drowning in it. But yes, for now, we're going to be wrapping up. So thank you so much for watching. Again, you can support us via Patreon if you wish. ! Patreon in the chat. Our Patreon is designed to fund our tournaments. We do host events on a regular basis. Events like SDO, MSO, and STC. We do host them on a weekly and monthly basis, so you can help support us there if you wish. Again, all the money on Patreon goes towards our tournaments, at least currently. In a future goal, we would love to pay out our admins and casters for their time for casting, for covering. That'll be a future goal for Patreon. Right now, though, 100% prize money. 100% prize money for the players is set up on Patreon. So you can help us support us there. You can help us grow our tournaments and grow the scene, grow the community. Otherwise, thank you. Thank you so much for watching. We're going to be heading off for the night. Again, this is our only broadcast on the CranKy Ducklings today, but I'm going to go live on my personal channel with a short ladder session. I'll be honest, I'm still very fatigued. It's going to be we're going to smooch back. We're going to smooch. Oh no. I'm not exactly in the best form to ladder, but if I don't ladder now, I never get to ladder, right? Like you can see, because we're casting twice a day, at least every day, I don't really have time to, you know, ladder or to play other games, which is a bit of a shame. So do try to take advantage of that whenever I can. So yeah, we'll be hitting that ladder. We'll be smoging for a couple of hours. Tune in if you're interested. Otherwise, thanks for watching. I will see you guys tomorrow or whenever we happen to see you for some more casting here on the CranKy Ducklings. Otherwise, thanks for watching. We'll see you guys next time. Ciao, papi, ciao. See you next time. Hasta luego. Hasta luego.